Chapter 170. Frost Sigil. Oh my god, he actually grasped 2 cursed sigil runes. Looking at the snowflake-like, sparkling runes that condensed in front of Chu Hen, the expressions of everyone below the stage changed drastically, especially those students who had been to St. Bell's City. All of them widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. It must be known that even Wei Qingfan, Shen Yunqi, Bai Yue, Long Xuanxuan, these rather famous geniuses had only obtained 1 cursed sigil. Yet, Chu Hen had actually obtained 2 in a row. Before everyone could recover from their shock, the frost sigil in front of Chu Hen erupted with an extremely chilling, ice-profound energy. The fog-like power of frost surged towards Chenya in front of him. Crack! With Chu Hen at the center, the stage immediately condensed into ice, and a thick layer of ice rapidly spread toward Chenya. The bone-chilling energy caused Chenya to involuntarily shiver, and the circulation of his true yuan instantly became especially sluggish in the blink of an eye. Chenya was surrounded by a thick layer of ice in a narrow space. Humph, insignificant tricks. Chenya's eyes turned cold, and an even more surging true yuan was born in his dantian's qi. In an instant, the demon wolf phantom that lingered around his body once again solidified. However, at this moment, a layer of ice that was over 2 meters thick simultaneously rose from Chenya's left, right, and back. The 3 ice curtains were like small icebergs, directly sealing off Chenya's 3 paths of retreat. At the same time, the 3 ice curtains rapidly rose with an unstoppable aura. It pressed down on the demonic wolf in the middle. Countless icicles sprouted out of the thick ice wall at a rapid speed. The icicles were unstoppable, directly piercing through the demon wolf phantom like piercing through tofu, and extended toward the interior of Chenya. The appearance of such a scene was truly an eye-opener for the countless students present. Chu Hen's move was simply magnificent. Chenya, who was in the middle of the 3 ice curtains, seemed to have fallen into a trap. The countless icicles had completely locked the demonic wolf within. No matter how much it struggled, it was unable to escape. Chenya was shocked to the extreme, and panic surged into his eyes. Then, the phantom of the demon wolf disappeared. Chenya didn't say anything and rushed out from the only direction that wasn't blocked by the ice curtain. However, without waiting for Chenya to escape from his predicament, Chenya felt his throat go cold as a sharp, piercing pain caused his scalp to go numb. "If you dare to move again, I will pierce your throat." Boom! In the next moment, the entire square let out a long hiss. Everyone's pupils involuntarily trembled, only to see that Chu Hen had unknowingly flashed in front of Chenya, that sharp spear in his hand, the tip of the spear already pressed against Chenya's throat. Victory or defeat. The result was obtained in the blink of an eye. But no one had expected that Chenya, who was at the half-step core transformation stage, would be so easily defeated by Chu Hen. Chenya's heart was in his throat when he felt the coldness in Chu Hen's eyes. Behind and to his left and right were ice curtains that were covered in icicles, and Chenya didn't even retreat. "You, what do you want?" he asked in a low voice. "Humph!" Chu Hen sneered, and there was still a playful expression between his brows. "What do I want? I want to ask you what you want. You've caused trouble for me twice for no reason. Do you really think I'm so easy to bully?" Looking at Chenya, whose life hung in Chu Hen's hands, the feelings of everyone below the stage were different. Li Hui, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, and the others were surprised and bewildered. Truthfully speaking, until now, they still didn't understand how the enmity between the 2 of them was formed. Ji Xian's expression had already turned gloomy, and there was still coldness in his eyes. In fact, it was Ji Xian who instructed Chenya to go against Chu Hen, so the latter naturally wouldn't let it go. "Haha, how interesting. Junior brother Chu Hen, since you've won, it's about time to let it go." "Huh." Chu Hen's handsome brows raised lightly, and he glanced sideways at Chenya. "Senior brother Ji Xian, are you treating this as a competition?" "I'm sorry, I don't have the leisure to fight here for all of you to watch." His cold and indifferent tone didn't have the slightest intention of compromising. Even though he was the #1 person in Tensei Prefecture, Chu Hen was still awe-inspiring arrogance. "I'm asking you to let him go." Ji Xian emphasized the word please, which sounded more like a threat. Instantly, the atmosphere of the scene became slightly strange. Everyone couldn't help but feel slightly baffled. Earlier, everyone thought it was a conflict between Chu Hen and Changya, but now it seemed like the matter wasn't so simple. "Junior brother Chu Hen, stop fooling around. Let it go." Lu Yu hurriedly dissuaded him. She knew Ji Xian's personality very well, and if he was offended, he wouldn't be able to survive in Tensei Prefecture. "Chu Hen, don't mess around here." Instructor Roshan finally recovered from the shock and said, "It's all my fault for not stopping you just now. I won't pursue the matter since you're fighting here. However, there are elders from our prefecture overseeing this area in secret. If they're alarmed, you'll inevitably be punished again." Roshan's words were rather pertinent, and she didn't take sides. Chu Hen's expression softened a little. No matter what, he still had to give face to Roshan. Let me warn you, don't provoke me again in the future. Otherwise, I'll make sure your blood splatters everywhere. Buzz." Finished speaking, Chu Hen's gaze turned cold. With a flick of his wrist, the demon-punishing spear that was swallowing and spitting out true yuan dragged out a string of afterimages in the air. With a sweeping momentum, it struck Changya's chest. Bang! Waves of air and dust piled up, and Changya was instantly sent flying. At the same time, a large mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Changya rolled off the stage, and Bianhong, Wu Zhe, and the others hurriedly went up to support him. Ji Xian, on the other hand, stood where he was, his expression growing increasingly gloomy. Chu Hen's spear was behind his back, and he stood proudly on the stage. His pitch-black eyes were fearless as he faced off against Changya, and invisible sparks exploded in the air. At this moment, Ji Xian, Xiaoyan, Baiyue, and Chu Hen seemed to have formed a connection between the four of them. Without a doubt, Chu Hen, who was only a newcomer this year, was rapidly following in the footsteps of the other three. They could clearly feel a strong sense of danger. The storm of the illusionary killing array training ended. Chu Hen, accompanied by Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and He Qingyuan, left the Westlake Plaza. Along the way, everyone was silent. The way they looked at Chu Hen was a little strange, filled with confusion and strangeness. The more they interacted with Chu Hen, the more they felt that Chu Hen was unfathomable, as if his entire body was filled with secrets. "I'll go back first," Chu Hen said. "Oh, okay." He Qingyuan replied and said. Chu Hen and the others nodded slightly, and after a simple greeting, they left. After a while, Chu Hen arrived at the maple forest alone. This was the place where he usually practiced his saber techniques. With a thought, a white light flashed in Chu Hen's palm, and a black saber immediately appeared in his hand. Limitless Fong! Chu Hen looked at the black saber in his hand. This saber was exquisite, and its aura was awe-inspiring. Every time, Chu Hen could feel a hidden, restless power from the saber. He didn't know that the limitless Fong given to him by Shi Lan was a powerful spiritual weapon. However, Chu Hen could faintly sense that this weapon seemed to contain some kind of astonishing power. "Forget it. I'll practice my saber techniques first." Chu Hen took a deep breath, then closed his eyes, got rid of the distracting thoughts, and began to recall the moves that he had memorized from Baiyue in the illusion. If it was an ordinary person, this method would be useless. But Chu Hen, who had the bloodline boundary of the demon Holy Body, not only remembered Baiyue's moves, but also the direction of her true qi when she used her saber techniques. This was equivalent to Chu Hen almost seeing through all of Baiyue's moves. As long as he imitated and practiced according to this routine, he could achieve the same attack as Baiyue. In Chu Hen's mind, a series of movements of Baiyue when she used the Shadow Moon dance including various subtle changes, appeared in front of Chu Hen. That should be the airflow. The shadow moon dance used the true chi to drive the airflow between heaven and earth to suppress the opponent in a fixed range. Then, using the speed of the airflow, she changed 9 positions in a very short time. Every time she changed a position, she waved her saber. There were a total of 9 sabers, causing 9 fatal wounds to the enemy. Like a shadow, like a moon, like a dance, this was Chu Hen's own opinion. As for that crescent moon shadow, it should be the aurora produced by the friction between the saber and the air. What kind of speed can reach that level? As Chu Hen pondered, he couldn't help but admire Bai Yue. For a girl to be able to train the speed of her saber to be so fast, it was really amazing. But thinking about it, Bai Yue's direct mentor was Shadowless. Everyone knew that Shadowless was a core mentor who specialized in speed. Under his tutelage, Bai Yue, in addition to her own talent, could reach this level. It wasn't strange. If I could use the Shadow Moon Dance at the same level as Bai Yue, defeating the Chang'e would only be a matter of 3 moves. Then, as Chu Hen recalled Bai Yue's moves, he couldn't help but try to imitate that routine. Limitless Fong waved in the air, dragging out a powerful airflow. Slowly, Chu Hen's speed became faster and faster. The airflow also became faster and faster. The dried branches and leaves also flew. It was imposing, but compared to Bai Yue's lithe and agile nature, it was completely incomparable. Chapter 171. As the days went by, the entire imperial city entered a countdown in the 31 high-ranked martial houses. All the genius students had entered into a state of intense preparation and training. On the streets and alleys, after meals, the topic that everyone talked about the most was the upcoming All-Academy Martial Competition. Hey, have you heard about it? This year's All-Academy Martial Competition will be different from the past. Oh, how so? It's said that this year's All-Academy Martial Competition is divided into 2 levels. One is the Heaven Ranking Battle, and the other is the Earth Ranking Battle. There are only 100 spots in the Heaven Ranking Battle, and 68 of them are fixed. Only the top genius students in the high-ranked martial houses are qualified to obtain these fixed spots. In a month's time, the All-Academy Martial Competition will be held for the Earth Ranking Battle, and only the top 32 of the Earth Ranking will be qualified to enter the Heaven Ranking. Does this mean that there are tens of thousands of people competing for the 32 spots in the Heaven Ranking? That's right. This is 2F* King difficult. It's really troublesome for tens of thousands of people to compete for 32 spots. It's easier to just get the fixed spots. Forget it. Those 62 fixed spots aren't something that you can get just because you want to. Even outstanding geniuses like Wei Qingfan and Shen Yunqi might not be able to get the fixed spots in the Heaven Ranking. However, Wei Qingfan and Shen Yunqi will definitely be able to enter the top 32 of the Earth Board. That's for sure. Not to mention the top 32, it won't be a problem for them to enter the top 5 of the Earth Ranking. What's the purpose of the Heaven Ranking Battle? It's never happened before. Tensei Prefecture. In the maple forest, Chu Hen constantly waved the black saber in his hand. The extremely powerful and piercingly cold aura caused the air within a few meters to flow abnormally fast. Rocks tumbled as dried branches and leaves danced around Chu Hen's body. Chu Hen's saber was light and fast, like a flickering light and a passing shadow, like a meteor chasing after the moon. Xing, the limitless Fong, burst out with a dazzling light. Chu Hen leapt up and was 20 meters above the ground. Then a powerful aura was released from his body. Xiao! The black saber left a series of afterimages in the air. In the next instant, a 7 to 8 meter long crescent light streaked across the sky. The bright and beautiful flowing light was like a shooting star in the night sky. It was especially gorgeous. Then, the moment Chu Hen landed firmly on the ground, a big maple tree about 2 meters in front of him was split in half. Not bad. A gentle voice came from behind, and a beautiful figure with long purple hair walked up to him. Compared to a month ago, your saber technique has improved a lot." Chu Hen turned around, and a bright smile appeared on his handsome face. "It's all thanks to your guidance. You've also learned to be talkative." Shilan smiled faintly. Her beautiful face was very moving. Chu Hen touched his nose, a little embarrassed. Only now did he realize how important it was to have a good teacher beside him. If he were to train hard by himself, he might not be able to achieve such results even after a year. "Oh yes, teacher. I have a question to ask you." "Go ahead." "What level is this limitless Fang?" Chu Hen raised the black saber in his hand. The sharp patterns on it were like the fangs of a fierce beast, emitting an unconcealable sharpness. "I keep feeling that there's a very restless power in it." Looking at the familiar saber in front of her, Shilan's beautiful eyes could not help but surge with a hint of sadness. However, she quickly returned to normal. Her red lips moved slightly, and she said, "There's indeed a strong power in the limitless Fang. This power is called limitless power. It's just that you don't have the ability to use it yet." "Oh." Chu Hen's eyes lit up. "Then what's the use of this limitless power? Like other spiritual weapons, it can greatly increase one's strength." Wait, spiritual weapon? Teacher, you said this limitless Fang is a spiritual weapon? So you still don't know?" Chu Hen kept on shaking his head. Other than being astonished, he was also especially grateful. "It seems like your spear is also a spiritual weapon. However, its ranking should be slightly lower than the limitless Fang on the spiritual weapon ranking," Shilan replied slowly and softly. "The Devil Punisher spear too?" Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, and the surprise on his face became even more obvious. However, he quickly regained his senses. The Devil Punisher spear was obtained from the underground palace in the Boneless Mountain Range with Xiaqing. The original owner of the Devil Punisher spear was Demon Spear, Feng Bufan. Senior Feng Bufan was known as one of the 3 great spear kings, and he had a powerful cultivation base at the void-piercing stage. It was extremely reasonable that his opponent's weapon was a spiritual weapon. If Feng Bufan were to casually use a piece of scrap metal as a weapon, then it would truly be abnormal. Now that he had 2 spiritual weapons in his hands, coupled with the illusory Spirit Bell's weapon spirit, it was equivalent to 2.5 spiritual weapons. Chu Hen suddenly felt that he was rich. After all, apart from the imperial family of the Saint Star dynasty, only a few first-rate families and forces could possess spiritual weapons. Chu Hen's achievement was already enough to make countless people envious. Looking at the slightly proud look on Chu Hen's face, Shilan could not help but think of her younger brother, Shichen. She remembered that when she passed the limitless Fang to him, Shichen was even more proud than Chu Hen. There were many similarities between the two of them. There's only a little more than a month left until the all-school martial competition. Prepare well. This time, the heaven ranking and earth ranking will be slightly beneficial to you, Shilan said casually. Heaven ranking and earth ranking? Chu Hen was stunned. Yes, there are a total of 100 places in the heaven ranking. There are 68 fixed places, and the remaining 32 places are for the top 32 in the earth ranking competition. A trace of surprise flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. In other words, in the all-school martial competition a month later, 68 top geniuses would be directly placed in the heaven ranking. In other words, all the students participating in the earth ranking competition would not encounter those 68 people. This was somewhat beneficial to Chu Hen, as he could avoid encountering those terrifyingly powerful freaks as soon as possible. Will Wei Qing Fan be directly placed in the heaven ranking? A trace of coldness flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. Shilan frowned slightly and shook her head gently. It's hard to say. He probably won't be able to get a fixed place. Chu Hen was even more surprised. A genius of Wei Qingfan's level was actually not in the top 68. As if reading Chu Hen's thoughts, Shilan explained, the 68 places are allocated to the major martial houses. In Tifeng Province, You can at most get 2 or 3 places. These 2 or 3 places are naturally given to the strongest people in the academy. Although Wei Qingfan is strong, in Tifeng province he is ranked 4th or 5th. Surprise! Other than surprise, there was only more surprise. It was only now that Chu Hen realized how far he was from the ranks of the top geniuses in the capital. If even Wei Qingfan couldn't obtain a fixed spot in the heaven roll, one could imagine how abnormal the 68 monstrous geniuses were. "You're still young, and you still have a lot of time," Shilon said softly. "Temporarily treat this year's all-school martial competition as a form of training. As for competing for the earth and heaven ranking, there will be opportunities in the future." "No." Chu Hen clenched his fists and said resolutely, "Since the opportunity is right in front of me, why should I wait for the next time? I must enter the top 32 of the earth ranking and enter the heaven ranking." A sense of pride that originated from his bones was released from Chu Hen's body involuntarily. Shilan's slightly furrowed eyebrows quietly relaxed, and the corner of her small mouth unconsciously curved. She shook her head and laughed in her heart. Their personalities are really the same. Then Shilon took the lead and left the maple forest. Chu Hen practiced his blade technique for another half an hour. Seeing that the sky had turned dark, he went back. However, after going back to change his clothes, Chu Hen went out again. After a while, Chu Hen arrived at a cultivation place in the eastern district of Tensei Prefecture. Appearing in front of Chu Hen was a magnificent building that occupied a large area and was 3 stories high. This building was called Retreat Courtyard. There are hundreds of secret rooms in the Retreat Courtyard. These secret rooms were all completely sealed. Except for a flash of door, every corner was airtight. This retreat courtyard could be said to be the most sturdy building in Tensei Prefecture. It was built with soundproof and shockproof materials. Even if you made a scene inside, the people in the isolation room would not be able to hear it. The reason why Chu Hen came here was to avoid being disturbed, and also for the sake of Mu Feng and Lei Jin. The last time he made a scene, he almost destroyed the entire courtyard. Chu Hen did not want to do it again. There was no one guarding the retreat courtyard. The students who came here could directly enter the secret room when they saw it was empty. Then, Chu Hen entered the silent cultivation courtyard. Normally, there would always be rooms that were empty, but today, every single one of them was fully occupied. Moreover, there were many people waiting outside the secret rooms. It was no wonder. As the Inter-Academy martial competition was approaching, the usually lazy geniuses had become diligent. However, Chu Hen's luck was not bad. He found an empty secret room on the 2nd floor. Without thinking too much, he entered and closed the door. Bang! The stone door closed slightly, and Chu Hen's ears instantly became especially quiet. Not even the slightest sound could be heard. This kind of effect was what Chu Hen wanted. The layout of the secret room was very simple. Apart from a cattail hassock cushion and a stone table, there was nothing else. There were a few luminous pearls inlaid on the wall, emitting a faint glow. It's been 4 months since I returned from St. Bell City. It's time to cultivate the flaming sun body tempering technique. Today is a big day. Everyone is watching the military parade, but I'm still writing. I'm working so hard. Won't my brothers throw flowers? Oh, intersection_intersection. Oh. Also, using today's big day, I wish the country will usher in a glorious era, and I also wish my brothers will soar and have a bright future. China's heavenly son of heaven. Celebrate with the country. 2015. This is also my 24-year-old year. I hope it will be an extraordinary year, with 100 flowers blooming. I hope my brothers will fight with me in the vast world of online literature. I am a small boat, but I will cross the vast ocean. I beg for my brother's support. I beg for flowers. Charge! Chapter 172. It's been 4 months since I returned from St. Bell City. It's time to cultivate the flaming sun body tempering technique. Inside the quiet and spacious secret cultivation room, Chu Hen's face flashed with a hint of excitement. The door of the secret room could only be opened from the inside. It couldn't be opened from the outside. Such an environment where he wouldn't be disturbed was exactly what Chu Hen hoped for. Following that, Chu Hen walked to the stone table in the middle of the secret room. He first took out a dark red scroll from his storage ring, opened the scroll, and carefully read every word on it. Flaming Sun Body Refinement Technique. At the initial success stage, the illusory flames will surround the body, and the strength of the body will be able to resist blades and swords. At the advanced success stage, the strength of the bones will be able to split spirit artifacts, able to crack spirit weapons. Just based on these 4 words, this flaming sun body tempering technique could really be called a priceless treasure. Chu Hen had already memorized the contents of the scroll. At this moment, he only wanted to confirm the contents of the scroll once more. In addition to smearing the blood of the star-fire, sword-toothed rhinoceros on his body, he also needed a continuous supply of spiritual energy during the cultivation process. There were still many blood yuan fruits in Chu Hen's storage ring, which could be used to replenish his spiritual energy after confirming every word on the scroll. Chu Hen placed the scroll on the table and took out a glass container. The container was filled with a bright red liquid. Even through the bottle, one could feel a burning sensation from it. The blood of a demonic beast contained extremely intense energy, especially when it was a rank 5 spirit beast like the star-fire sword-toothed rhinoceros. No one would want to smear their blood on their body. However, if one wanted to cultivate the flaming sun body tempering technique, the blood of a fire-type spirit beast was indispensable. Looking at the large bottle of demonic beast blood in front of him, Chu Hen let out a deep breath. He was already mentally prepared. Immediately, Chu Hen took off the clothes on his upper body, folded them, and placed them on the table. He casually took out a blood yuan fruit and put it in his mouth. Along with the sweet juice, a thick spiritual energy flowed in his body like a hot spring. Opening the glass bottle containing the blood of the saber-toothed rhinoceros, a scorching wave of air immediately surged out from within. Chu Hen then took out a jade ruler. The end of the jade ruler was wrapped with a few circles of white cloth. He dipped the end of the white cloth into the glass bottle and dipped it in the blood of the astral fire saber-toothed rhinoceros. In just a few seconds, the white cloth was dyed dark red. The scorching heat was transmitted to Chu Hen's palm through the jade ruler. It was almost as hot as fire, as if it could melt the jade ruler at any time. Chu Hen could not help but frown. Even though he had already made preparations in his heart to actually do it, it was truly difficult enough. However, after only a moment of hesitation, Chu Hen no longer hesitated. He gripped the jade ruler tightly and smeared the wet cloth dipped in the blood of the saber-toothed rhinoceros on his chest. A red mark immediately appeared on his body. Hiss! In the next moment, Chu Hen couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. His handsome face instantly turned blood red. The moment the saber-toothed rhino's blood came into contact with his skin, Chu Hen felt as if the magma beneath the ground had splashed onto his body. An incomparably scorching pain followed his skin and flesh, piercing into every single one of his nerves. Chu Hen gritted his teeth and once again dipped the jade ruler in the blood of the saber-toothed rhinoceros and smeared it on his left arm. The intense pain was like a piece of flesh being scraped off. Very quickly, beads of sweat overflowed from Chu Hen's forehead. His veins were bulging, and his eyes were bloodshot. When Chu Hen smeared the boiling blood on his back for the 3rd time, his legs couldn't help but tremble. Even though Chu Hen already knew that smearing the blood of the saber-toothed rhinoceros on his body would be a little uncomfortable, he never imagined that the pain would be this intense. At the same time, Chu Hen could faintly feel a strand of demonic beast energy in the saber-toothed rhinoceros's blood entering his body through his skin. However, the strength of this energy was negligible and couldn't support the basic conditions of circulating the flaming sun body tempering technique. Subsequently, a fourth, fifth, and sixth bloody mark appeared on Chu-Hen's body not long after. Chu-Hen's upper body was already dyed red. The blood of the saber-toothed rhinoceros didn't have much of a fishy smell, but when it was used on Chu-Hen's body, it was like an extremely cruel punishment. Chu-Hen gritted his teeth so hard that they made cracking sounds. His eyes were also suffused with a red light. Seeing that there was still more than half a bottle of the saber-toothed rhinoceros's blood in the container, Chu-Hen clenched his teeth and steeled his heart. He suddenly flung away the jade ruler in his hand, picked up the glass bottle with both hands, and poured the blood on his head. Ah! Chu-Hen let out a furious roar like a ferocious beast. The magma-like blood of the fifth-grade spirit beast instantly drenched his entire body. Rumble! A thunderous sound reverberated in Chu-Hen's mind. In an instant, Chu-Hen felt like he had fallen into a volcano, and an endless pain extended to every nerve cell in his body. Bang! With a loud sound, Chu-Hen knelt heavily on the ground, unable to move. The saber-toothed rhinoceros's blood emitted a strange red glow and formed illusory halos in the dark secret chamber. At the same time, the violent energy that originated from the saber-toothed rhinoceros's blood flowed continuously on the surface of Chu-Hen's body. Chu-Hen felt like his skin and flesh were melting. No! I can't do this! Chu-Hen clenched his teeth, and his blood-red eyes flickered with a frightening light. He struggled to adjust his posture and sit on the ground. Then, according to the cultivation method of the flaming sun body tempering technique, he mobilized the quintessential qi in his body and circulated it according to the method. Buzz, buzz! The vigorous, quintessential qi continuously circulated in his body according to the method of this martial art. Immediately after, something amazing happened. Chu-Hen could clearly feel the energy from the saber-toothed rhinoceros's blood flowing into his body through the surface of his skin. The energy contained in the beast's blood surprisingly fused with Chu-Hen's quintessential qi. Then it flowed into his meridians and seeped into his bones. After one round, the strength of Chu-Hen's body had clearly increased. However, the intense pain that had gathered on the surface of his skin had also been brought into his body. Ugh! The intense pain caused Chu-Hen to continuously let out muffled sounds like a ferocious beast. This kind of pain was unimaginable to others, and only Chu-Hen could experience it himself. If he had to describe it, it was like molten copper flowing through his meridians. If it were an ordinary person, they would have already died from the pain. However, Chu-Hen forcefully endured it. He gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to break, and his blood vessels were about to split open. However, Chu-Hen had no other choice. If he wanted to compete with Wei Qingfan in the school martial arts competition in a month's time, he had to successfully cultivate the flaming sun body tempering technique. Hold on. Chu-Hen secretly cheered himself on. If I can't even endure this little bit of hardship, how can I set foot on the peak of martial arts? How can I break the sky with one hand and destroy the world with a flick of my finger? I, Chu-Hen, swear not to lower my head. Boom! A particularly powerful aura was released from Chu-Hen's body. The power contained in the saber-toothed rhinoceros beast's blood all over his body seemed to be stimulated by something, blooming a scorching heat wave and red light. Soon, the true origin force in Chu-Hen's body was exhausted, and the true origin force in his dantian could not keep up with the consumption. Chu-Hen's eyes were still closed. He flipped his left hand, and a blood yuan fruit appeared in his palm again. Without hesitation, he swallowed the blood yuan fruit. The surging spiritual power immediately gathered into a powerful true origin force and flowed into his dantian. Under Chu-Hen's control, the true origin force merged with the power of the beast's blood and circulated throughout his body. strengthening his flesh, blood vessels, and bones. Time continued to pass. Chu Hen stuffed the blood yuan fruit into his mouth again and again, and the beast's blood, covering his body, gradually dimmed. Moreover, the aura that Chu Hen exuded was also getting stronger. At this moment, a bright moon was hanging in the sky outside, in an antique meeting hall. Bang! The thick palm landed on the table with a heavy thud. Then, an old man with a head full of white hair stood up from his seat. This is going too far, this is going too far. Why did they only give our Tensei prefecture a fixed spot on the sky list? This is really going too far. Principal Jiang, it's fine if we don't participate in this year's All-Academy martial competition. Humph! Another old man sneered and said in a deep voice, if we don't participate, they'll have an excuse to kick our Tensei prefecture out. I believe there are many people in the Imperial City who want to see our Tensei prefecture disband. But this is too much. The Imperial Martial Academy occupies 5 spots. 5 spots! That's 4 more spots than us. How can they bully us like this? The white-haired old man was still furious. In an instant, the entire hall fell into silence. Above the hall, Principal Jiang did not say a word. His tightly knitted brows were filled with complex emotions. At this moment, other than the various elders of the martial house, there was also Song Qinglai, Shadowless, Shilan Yue, and a few other core teacher teams, other than Shilan, who had a rather calm expression. Everyone else's faces were gloomy and their brows were tightly knitted. Just an hour ago, Principal Jiang had just finished attending the Dean's meeting in the Imperial City. In this meeting, other than announcing the matters regarding the Earth List tournament, it was also about the distribution of the 68 fixed spots on the Sky List. The entire Imperial City had a total of 31 high-ranked martial houses. Among them, the Imperial Wind Academy, the Rhino Academy, the Giant Elephant Academy, and the Bright Moon Academy each obtained 3 fixed spots. As the head of the 5 great academies, the Imperial Martial Academy obtained 5 spots. 17 spots had been taken up, just like that. As for the remaining 26 martial houses, other than the Heavenly Star Academy, the other 25 academies each obtained 2 spots for a total of 50 spots. In this way, all 67 spots were distributed. In the end, the Heavenly Star Academy only obtained 1 spot. Chapter 173. Humiliation. This is simply the greatest humiliation to our Tensei prefecture. The Heavenly Star Martial House's assembly hall was filled with angry shouts. The All-Academy Martial Meet was just around the corner, and out of the 68 fixed spots on the Sky List, the Imperial Martial Academy had obtained 5 spots, while the Imperial Wind Martial House, Bright Moon Martial House, Spiritual Rhino Martial House, and Giant Elephant Martial House had obtained 3 spots each. The other 25 martial houses had obtained 2 spots, and only the Heavenly Star Martial House had obtained 1 spot. This was obviously a form of humiliation. What do you guys think we should do? Do we want this spot or not? Of course we want this spot. Don't tell me our Tensei prefecture doesn't even have a spot. If word of this gets out, it'll be even more shameful. Song Qinglai couldn't help but feel a little angry. If we want this spot, isn't that the same as accepting their humiliation? What can we do? It's better than nothing. The more passive our Tensei prefecture is, the more people will be waiting to see us make a fool of ourselves. How can we let them get what they want? If we can't get a fixed spot on the Sky List, then we'll try to get into the top 32 of the Earth List. Nice words, but last year only your direct disciple Xiaoyan made it into the top 64, and this year you're telling me to try to get into the top 32. The white-haired elder seemed to be mocking himself. Song Qinglai frowned and continued. Last year Xiao Yan met 2 strong opponents in a row, and that's why he was stopped in the top 64. But this year Xiao Yan's strength is definitely much stronger than before. Also, Ji Xian, who's under instructor Shilan, and Bai Yue, who's under instructor Shadowless, didn't participate last year. Neither of them are weak. Last year, Xiao Yan first met Imperial Martial Academy's Tong Fei, and then he met Divine Rhino Martial House's Shin Yunqi. 2 battles in a row resulted in Xiao Yan's defeat at the hands of Shin Yunqi. As for Ji Xian, he didn't participate last year. At that time, he happened to be at a critical juncture of a breakthrough. After weighing the pros and cons, Shilan didn't approve of him participating, so Ji Xian missed last year's academy martial competition. Bai Yue was admitted to the hospital the year before last. In other words, at this time last year, Bai Yue had only entered Tensei Prefecture for less than a year. Because his strength was not very strong, he did not participate in the martial arts tournament. But later on, Bai Yue improved the fastest. Especially under Shadowless's guidance, Bai Yue was not inferior to Ji Xian and Xiao Yan. Stop arguing! Principal Jiang finally spoke. He heaved a deep sigh of relief. His eyes narrowed and he said in a low voice, "The Heaven List candidate is Ji Xian, who works under tutor Shilan." The only spot on the heavenly board was given to Ji Xian. Everyone in the hall was slightly stunned. Of course, this decision wasn't unexpected. Also, I hope that in the next month or so, you core tutors will put in more effort to increase the strength of those little guys. Since we only have 1 spot on the heaven list, there are still the top 36 on the earth list. After so many years, it's time for us, Tensei Prefecture, to retaliate. Speaking of the excitement, Principal Jiang stood up from the wide chair. His pair of slightly cloudy old eyes were filled with sharpness. We old guys haven't reached the point where we can't move. How can we admit defeat? Principal Jiang's words immediately influenced all the elders and mentors who were present. Every one of their faces revealed a hint of emotion. Song Qinglai took a step forward and clenched his fists. I, Song Qinglai, guarantee that this year my disciple, Xiao Yan, will definitely make it to the top 32. Then, Tutor Shadowless also stood up. His usual playful expression became especially serious. He continued, "I will do my best to help Yue increase her strength. I believe she can make it to the top 32. Very good. Principal Jiang nodded. As long as 2 people from our Tensei Prefecture make it to the top 32, then 3 people will enter the heaven list. Who would dare to say that our martial house can't do it? All the elders and tutors couldn't help but clench their fists. Each of their eyes lit up with hope. At that moment, Shilan, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. Her gentle voice contained a hint of determination. Aside from Ji Xian, there's another student under me. I believe that he'll be able to enter the heaven ranking. What? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they all turned to look at Shilan in astonishment. The sun and moon rotated. Time passed one day at a time. The day of the Earth List tournament was getting closer and closer. The genius students of the various martial houses had entered the final stage of their sprint. Each of them put in more than 10 times the usual hard work to train. Chu Hen didn't come again? In the training field, Shilan looked helplessly at the dozens of direct disciples in front of her. Chu Hen hadn't appeared for a few days. There was no sign of him in the maple forest, either. Tutor, someone saw Senior Chu Hen in the secret room of the quiet cultivation courtyard, Li Hui said. In the secret room of the quiet cultivation courtyard. Shilan was slightly surprised. Although she had doubts, she wasn't worried about Chu Hen. She didn't say much and started the last stage of training for everyone. The whole martial house was bustling with excitement. The whole city was bustling with excitement. Every year at this time, it was the busiest time in the imperial capital and even the entire Sacred Star dynasty. Seeing that the day of the Earth List tournament was getting closer and closer, the door of the secret room on the 2nd floor of the quiet cultivation courtyard had never been opened. In the secret room, Chu Hen's entire body was covered with dark red bloodstains. After the dried bloodstains solidified, they covered Chu Hen's skin like a layer of wrinkled leather armor. At this moment, Chu Hen's breathing was even and his whole body was emitting an aura that was as steady as a mountain. who knew that Chu Hen had been here for nearly a month, and there were only a few dozens of blood yuan fruits left. Buzz, suddenly an astonishing aura surged out from Chu Hen's body. In the next moment, the dried bloodstains covering Chu Hen's body directly cracked, forming crisscrossing cracks. Immediately, a majestic sound was set off in the air. A circle of vigorous golden yuan spread out from Chu Hen's body like water ripples. The dried beast blood that stuck to the surface of his skin was immediately shattered into fragments that filled the sky. Phew! With an incomparably powerful aura, Chu Hen opened his eyes, and two beams of bright light shot out. At this moment, Chu Hen only felt that the true yuan in his Dantian sea of energy was as majestic as a surging river, and his whole body was filled with powerful strength. With a thought from Chu Hen, the torrent-like true yuan soared into the sky and filled the secret room. It had been 5 months since he returned from St. Bell's City. Finally, he broke through again. This time, he directly skipped 8 levels and rushed to the 9th level of the elemental opening realm. Chapter 174. After 5 months, Chu Hen had finally made a breakthrough once again. This time, he directly skipped the 8th stage of the natal opening stage and rushed to the 9th stage of the natal opening stage in one fell swoop. Although the process seemed very simple, Chu Hen had been numb from the pain over the past month and had almost fainted countless times. He had clenched his teeth and persevered. While the flame energy contained in the astral fire swordtooth rhinoceros blood strengthened Chu Hen's muscles and bones, only a few dozen blood yuan fruits remained. During this period of time, he had put in a lot of effort and resources, but the rewards made Chu Hen exceptionally happy. Buzz, with a thought from Chu Hen, a golden halo was released from his body like a flowing spring. The resplendent halo circled around his body and formed a flowing dark red illusory flame. An extremely powerful force filled every inch of Chu Hen's muscles, flesh, skin, and bones. Even his skin faintly glowed with a golden luster. It looked as if Chu Hen was wearing a suit of holy light armor. The intersecting golden and red radiance was like the might of the sun from the 9 heavens. His entire body exuded a holy aura. Chu Hen slowly raised his right arm and clenched his fist. A resplendent light blossomed on his right fist like the radiance of the sun. The air could not help but tremble as waves of air trembled. A knowing smile involuntarily appeared on Chu Hen's face as he sensed that his power was several dozen times stronger than it was a month ago. Right now, he only wanted to test the power of the flaming sun body tempering technique as soon as possible and see how strong his body had become. Wei Qing Fan, it's impossible for you to defeat me in 3 moves. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as a cold intent involuntarily emerged from between his brows. Whoosh! When Chu Hen changed into a new set of clean clothes and walked out of the door of the secret cultivation room, the fresh air that he had not felt for a long time blew into his face. His mind was refreshed and his eyes and ears were clear. The feeling was especially comfortable. Even though it was already winter, Chu Hen did not feel the slightest bit of coldness. The gorgeous sunlight poured down and shone on his handsome face, making him look somewhat transparent. In the past month, Chu Hen felt as if he had been reborn. Under the light, the side of his face was angular and slightly thin. But no one would have thought that this body, which was not very tall and sturdy, contained such an astonishing power. A moment later, Chu Hen arrived at the 7 Stars Square. As far as the eye could see, the plaza was filled with people. The dense crowd surrounded a 7 to 8 meter tall notice board, and all kinds of noises rose and fell. Senior brother Chu Hen, have you come out of the secret training chamber? Li Hui saw Chu Hen walking towards him from afar, and immediately ran towards him with a look of surprise. Zhou Lu Mufeng and Lei Jin also came along. We were just talking about it. If you don't come out by tonight, Teacher Shilan is going to disqualify you from the competition. Chu Hen smiled embarrassedly. It seemed that it had been a month since he attended Teacher Shilan's lessons. Is the Earth list battle tomorrow? What else do you think? Mu Fong curled his lips, and his eyes were full of smugness. Hee hee, you're lucky that you're not in the same division as me. Otherwise Chu Hen can even defeat Qingya. Who do you think you are? Zhou Lu said disdainfully. What? Who does Qingya think he is? Do you believe that this handsome Feng can beat him with one hand? Io, you really know how to boast. Why don't you say that you can make it into the top 36 of the Earth list? Mu Feng smiled smugly. With one hand on his waist, he pointed at Zhou Lu and said, What if this handsome Feng makes it into the top 36? Do you have the guts to let me touch your breasts? Although it's a little flat, it's still passable. You. Zhou Lu was so angry that her face turned red. Her eyes were about to spit fire. How about it? Do you dare to bet with me? You want to make it into the top 36 with this kind of conduct? Just say it. Are you going to bet or not? Zhou Lu was so angry that she couldn't vent her anger. She clenched her teeth and scolded hatefully, Let's bet. Do you think I'm afraid of you? If you don't make it into the top 36, kneel on the ground and lick the soles of this lady's shoes. No problem. Mu Feng agreed straightforwardly. Chu Hen, Li Hui, and Lei Zhen, who were at the side, were stunned by the domineering aura of the two people in front of them. They were really playing big. He. Mu Feng had a sneaky smile on his face. His small eyes stared at Zhou Lu's chest with a sneaky gaze, causing Zhou Lu to gnash her teeth in anger. She had the urge to cut him into 8 pieces. The few of them had black lines on their foreheads. They all secretly scolded Mu Feng for being shameless, not to mention that he didn't have the ability to make it into the top 36. Even if he made it into the top 36, he still had the nerve to make a move. Oh, right. What do you mean by the divisions? Chu Hen had almost forgotten about the matter at hand. Oh, yes. Li Hui raised his eyelids and said, Senior Brother Chu Hen, you were assigned to Division 224 in the Southern Domain outside the city. Division 224 in the Southern Domain outside the city? Chu Hen frowned. How many divisions are there? More than 2,000 divisions. More than 2,000. Chu Hen was obviously shocked. That's right. Li Hui nodded and continued. This year's martial competition is very different from the previous years, and the rules are completely new. The total number of people participating in the imperial capital's martial competition is more than 60,000. So, in the first round of elimination, more than 58,000 people will be eliminated. Hearing this, Chu Hen couldn't help but be extremely shocked. The scale of this event was truly huge. Continue. Because the number of participating students is too large, it's divided into 4 large divisions. They're respectively the Eastern Domain outside the city, the Southern Domain outside the city, the Western Domain outside the city, and the Northern Domain outside the city. These 4 large divisions are all places where the imperial family trains the guards. This time, we've obtained the imperial family's agreement to use them as the competition grounds for the first round of the martial competition. Li Hui licked his slightly dry lips and continued. In the 4 large divisions of the Eastern, Western, Southern, and Northern domains, there are more than 500 small divisions in each of the 4 large divisions. Over 30 participants are arranged in each small division, and there can only be one winner amongst these 30 participants. In other words, if one wants to advance to the first round of elimination, one must defeat all the opponents in the same division. Li Hui's explanation was very detailed. Naturally, Chu Hen also understood everything. In the 4 large divisions, there were a total of 2,000 divisions, and in each small division, only one person could win. And this person who won would advance to the first round and become one of the top 2,000 participants. Then what are the rules for the second round? Chu Hen asked. Li Hui shook his head. The rules for the second round have not been announced, but it's said that it's much more cruel and difficult than the first round. However, Tutor Shilan only told us not to put too much pressure on ourselves, and just to do our best. Chu Hen smiled. This was indeed Tutor Shilan's style. Although she usually didn't speak much, her words were filled with the care and concern of an older sister. Southern Domain Division, 224. Huh. Chu Hen first muttered to himself, then asked, "What about you guys? Which division are you in?" "I'm in East Domain number 103, Li Hui said. Mu Feng shrugged. "I'm in North Domain number 392. West Domain number 455. South Domain number 288. Zhou Lu and Lei Jin also stated their division locations. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, looked at Lei Jin, and said, "We're all in the Southern Domain." Lei Jin grinned. This was the first time he had come into contact with the All-Academy Martial Tournament. He was excited, expectant, and a trace of timidity. He didn't know what it meant to compete with the geniuses of the other martial houses to advance. But Lei Jin knew that this was a path that a powerhouse must take. "That's right, Senior Brother Chu Hen. There's something else I need to tell you. Senior Brother Ji Xian has obtained our martial house's only heaven list ranking." Li Hui said, "Oh." Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. Of course, this wasn't strange. As the number one on the Star Branch ranking, no one was more qualified than him to obtain a fixed spot on the heaven list. What about Senior Brother Xiao Yan? Chu Hen casually asked. Because he was Song Qinglia's direct disciple, he was a bit curious. The few of them looked at each other, and Li Hui's face revealed a faint, bitter smile. Not yet. Tensei Prefecture only obtained a heaven list ranking. Chu Hen nodded. There was no need to delve into this matter. In the evening, Tensei Prefecture suddenly became a lot more lively. All the students and mentors were called to the Seven Stars Plaza. On the plaza, wine jars were piled up like a small mountain. The plaza was filled with round tables, and the tables were filled with delicacies, wine, and delicacies. What's going on? Everyone looked at the scene in confusion. Subsequently, Song Qinglai, Shadowless, and the other elders and mentors arrived with Principal Jiang. Greetings to Principal Jiang. All the students from Tensei Prefecture bowed, respectfully in unison. Principal Jiang waved his hand, and his voice was as majestic as a mountain. Tomorrow will be the first round of the Earth Ranking Tournament. The Academy will host a banquet here tonight to congratulate the students who are about to step onto the arena and return victorious. Boom! As soon as the statement was made, the entire place was filled with jubilation. No one expected Principal Jiang to do this. Needless to say, most of the students were touched. This kind of warmth could only be enjoyed in their own families. Students. Principal Jiang's slightly turbid but not imposing gaze swept across Ji Xian, Xiaoyan, Bai Yuyue, and the rest. Finally, his gaze stopped on Chu Hen. All of you are the hope of Tensei Prefecture. There are too many people who look down on our Sky Star Academy. But I want to say that I have never given up on this academy, and I have never given up on all of you. Chapter 175. The rock soared with the wind and soared 90,000 miles into the sky. The All-Academy Martial Meet was just around the corner. Principal Jiang's words had stirred up countless people in the Heavenly Star Martial House. This straightforward and unyielding old principal actually had the most sincere heart. No one saw the honor of the Heavenly Star Martial House as important as him. This was a kind of responsibility. Tonight the entire academy would dance and relax. Tomorrow they would fight with all their might. That night, the students and mentors of Tensei Prefecture drank to their heart's content, dispersing the fatigue and tension that had accumulated in their bodies and minds over the past few months. However, since all the participating students had to wake up early the next day, Principal Jiang did not let them stay up too late. Starting in the evening, about 2 hours later, everyone dispersed, and went back to rest as soon as possible to make their final preparations. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and sprinkled onto the ground, the huge imperial city seemed to be shrouded in auspicious clouds. Woo! The long sound of a horn echoed from the tall buildings at the city gate, signaling the beginning of an extraordinary day. All the high-ranked martial houses were in an uproar. One after another, high-spirited and energetic young teams were ready to set off. At the main gate of Tensei Prefecture, the teams headed to the east, south, west, and north districts of the city had already lined up in neat rows. The team heading to the East District was led by Song Qinglai. The team heading to the South District was led by Shilan. The team heading to the West District was led by Shadowless. The team heading to the North District was led by Yu Yi. Is everyone here? Song Qinglai's voice was like thunder, especially loud and clear. Everyone is here. The students from the 4 teams answered in unison, all of them in high morale. Haha, good morale. Mentor Shadowless laughed heartily. He first glanced at Bai Yue and his team, then said to the others, "Brats, let me tell you a famous saying that I've created. In the competition, whoever dares to look down on us, who dares to bully us, who dares to provoke us, I have one word for this. Beat them up. Beat them to death." Yes, Mentor Shadowless. Everyone answered in unison. Song Qinglai nodded in satisfaction. His gaze was filled with hope as it swept across Xiaoyan, Bai Yue, and the other students. When he saw Chu Hen, the youngest among them, Song Qinglai couldn't help but recall what tutor Shilan had said that night in the conference hall. Among her students, other than Ji Xian, there was another one who had the strength to enter the top 36. At least she believed that. Today, Shilan was dressed in loose, light clothes, and her long purple hair was tied up. She looked very beautiful. She looked at Chu Hen, who was not far in front of her, and there was a hint of surprise between her thin eyebrows. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell that Chu Hen was different from a month ago. At this point, she was even more convinced of her previous thoughts. Everyone. Song Qinglai waved his hand and said in a clear voice, "I wish you all victory. Let's go." Depart immediately under the lead of the 4 core mentors. The 4 teams set off in 4 different directions of the imperial capital. The vast team's morale was as high as a rainbow. At the same time, the other advanced martial schools in the imperial capital also set off for the 4 major regions. Although this was only the first round of elimination, no one would underestimate it. This year's competition was different from the previous years, but the one thing that didn't change was that only the strong had the right to speak. Chu Hen was in the team led by tutor Shilan. He was surprisingly calm. Compared to Lei Zhen, He Qingyuan, and the others beside him, it could be said that he wasn't affected at all. However, this calmness was only temporary. The moment he stepped onto the arena, the arrogance in Chu Hen's body would explode several times over. The journey took about 4 hours. Under Shi Lan's lead, the participating students from the Tensei Prefecture arrived at the Southern Region competition zone. In front of them was a vast forest that stretched as far as the eye could see, like a dark green ocean. The forest was connected to the mountains, and in the outer area of the forest there was a vast plain. The plain was surrounded by towers, protective fences, and many large military tents. This area was originally the place where the imperial family trained the guards. It was temporarily used as the venue for the first round of elimination. In front of it, there were neat rows of silver-armored imperial guards maintaining order. In such a large area, a dense crowd had gathered. At this moment, the participating students from the various advanced martial schools had already arrived one after another. The 500 small competition zones were all set up in this vast and boundless area. The team from the Tensei Prefecture? When the crowd arrived outside the arena, a young guard in golden armor came to greet them. He looked at Shilan, who was leading the team, with a somewhat amazed look. Shilan, one of the 4 beauties of the imperial capital, had a head of long purple hair. This was something that everyone in the imperial capital knew. Therefore, the guard recognized her at a glance. Shilan nodded politely. When will the first round of elimination begin? About half an hour. The guard also replied politely. Thank you. Shilan responded softly, then turned to look at the young students and said, I'll see you off here. Everyone, go to your respective competition zones. As I said, just do your best. Yes, Instructor Shilan. The crowd responded in unison, then without any delay, entered the competition zone one after another. There were 500 competition zones, so it still took time to find them. Instructor, do you have something to say to me? When Chu Hen turned around, he suddenly looked at Shilan and said, Shilan's beautiful eyes were filled with faint ripples. She gently shook her head and opened her red lips slightly. Be careful! These 4 simple words contained the concern of a family member. Chu Hen laughed heartily. I know I won't let you down. After saying this, Chu Hen also followed the crowd into the competition zone. At this moment, the competition zone was already filled with the geniuses of the various martial houses. Each of them was young and vigorous, with outstanding grace and an extraordinary bearing. There were more than 60,000 participants in the 4 major domains, a total of 2,000 competition zones. In this southern region, there were 500 competition zones, each with more than 30 participants at a glance. There was a sea of people. Junior Chu Hen, Junior Lei Zhen, time is running out. Go find your own competition zone. If you miss the time, you'll be disqualified, He Qing Yuan warned. Okay. Chu Hen nodded, then immediately asked Lei Zhen. Lei Zhen, you'll be fine by yourself, right? Don't look down on me. Although this is the first time I've seen such a grand scene, I won't get stage fright so easily. That's good. Then let's go. See you after the first round of the competition. Okay. Immediately, all the students from the Tensei Prefecture split up and went to find their own competition zones. There were road signs in this area, such as the direction from competition zone 1 to 100. After finding the direction, there would be more precise road signs. Chu Hen was in competition zone 224. According to the road signs, a moment later, Chu Hen arrived at the periphery of a forest. The structure and environment of the competition zones were also varied, but in this southern region, most of the forests were divided into competition zones. There was a road sign erected on the periphery of the forest, and the words Zone 224 were written in large, eye-catching red letters. And next to the road sign stood a middle-aged man in a green robe in his 30s. Zone 224? The middle-aged man glanced at Chu Hen and said, Yes, let me see the competition token. Chu Hen nodded and took out a small black plate. The name Chu Hen was written on the plate. This was given to him by Instructor Shilan this morning. Every contestant would have this token. The middle-aged man glanced at the name on it, then took out a brush, ink, and a scroll. The scroll had the names of more than 30 people. Chu Hen's name was impressively among them. The man dipped the brush in black ink and made a tick next to Chu Hen's name, then said, Go to the 6th entrance and wait to enter. Remember, the area within the red line is the competition zone. Outside the red line, no one is allowed to go out. Once discovered, the contestant will be disqualified. Understood? Chu Hen nodded. When the horn sounds, you can enter the competition zone. Apart from you, there will be 32 people entering this competition zone together. What you need to do is to get the flag that we placed in the competition zone from these 32 competitors. 32 competitors. Get the flag from the competition zone. And then Chu Hen asked, After you get the flag, come back here. To put it simply, whoever can bring the flag here will advance to the first round. The middle-aged man paused, then said, There are a few points that I must emphasize. In the competition zone, you can use any method to deal with your competitors, but you cannot use talismans like the Spirit Fall Talisman. Once found, the contestant will be disqualified. Chu Hen knew that the Spirit Fall Talisman could not be used, not only this year, but in previous years as well. In the All Academy tournament, items like the Spirit Fall Talisman could not be used. Do you have any more questions? The middle-aged man asked. No. Then go to the 6th entrance and wait. Chu Hen nodded in agreement and headed to the 6th entrance according to the man's directions. It was also at this time that another 2 competitors arrived. The middle-aged man repeated what he just said to Chu Hen and had one of them go to the 7th entrance and the other go to the 8th entrance. Chapter 176. When Chu Hen found the 224th Division, he registered with the person in charge and learned about the competition's arrangements. Then he went to the 6th entrance. However, 2 more contestants arrived at this place. The middle-aged man repeated what he said to Chu Hen and asked them to go to the 7th and 8th entrances, respectively. However, when Chu Hen turned to leave, he clearly felt an unfriendly gaze behind him that was like a hidden arrow. Chu Hen wrinkled his eyebrows and turned around to look. The first thing that entered his eyes was a pair of cold and gloomy eyes. It was a pale-skinned young man with an ordinary appearance. He stared coldly at Chu Hen without any hesitation. His cold eyes were full of provocation and mockery. Next to him was a man of about the same age. He looked at Chu Hen with a hint of disdain on his face. Since they were both competitors in the 224th Division, it was normal for them to provoke each other before the competition began. However, since they were competitors, it was unreasonable for these 2 people to provoke Chu Hen alone. Then, the pale-skinned young man suddenly grinned. His cold smile was filled with ruthlessness. He raised his right hand and made a throat-slitting gesture toward Chu Hen. The meaning behind it was self-evident. However, Chu Hen's face revealed a disdainful smile in response to this sudden provocation. The 2 of them didn't stay there for long. They glanced at Chu Hen with indifferent eyes, then headed towards the entrance of the 7th and 8th competition area. Humph. Chu Hen raised his brows and shook his head with a faint smile. He left as well. Soon, Chu Hen found the 6th entrance of the 224th Division. There was a signboard with the number 6 in the depths of the forest. The forest was dark and damp, and the air was filled with the smell of moist soil. 32 competitors. How strong would they be? Thinking back to the pale-skinned young man, based on the aura he exuded, his cultivation base should be half a step into the core transformation stage. His realm was slightly higher than Chu Hen's. Even so, the other party did not have any reason for Chu Hen to take him seriously. Of course, no matter what, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the imperial capital. There were numerous geniuses, and all sorts of formidable, abnormal, and monstrous geniuses. No matter who his opponent was, Chu Hen had to be 100% cautious. What a coincidence! Why are you here? Suddenly, a gentle female voice came from behind him. Chu Hen was stunned, and his thoughts were instantly pulled back to reality. He suddenly turned around, and a peerlessly beautiful, ethereal, and exquisite face entered his eyes. Miss Meng Chong. Chu Hen blurted out in surprise. This person was none other than one of the imperial capital's 4 beauties, the most beloved student of Imperial Martial Academy's core instructor Red Lotus. Luo Mengchang, so you still remember me? Luo Mengchang said with a smile. Her bright eyes and white teeth made her look very attractive. Chu Hen also smiled and casually joked. Of course, I won't forget beautiful women. Aren't you afraid that your little girlfriend will be angry with you for saying such words? Little girlfriend. Chu Hen was stunned. Where did he get a little girlfriend? What's wrong? Didn't you give the blue bracelet you bought last time to your little girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Chu Hen immediately reacted and shook his head with a smile. You misunderstood. Yi Yao is my little sister. We came from the same place. The blue bracelet was a birthday gift for her. Oh. Luo Mengchang raised her eyebrows and nodded. I'm sorry. It's okay. All right. Are you also in the 224 division? Chu Hen stared at her. If she was in the same division as him, it would be a little awkward. To be honest, Chu Hen had a very good impression of Luo Mengchang. However, if the two were competitors, it would be a little troublesome. Yes, Luo Mengchang nodded without hesitation. Then she opened her eyes wide and looked at Chu Hen expectantly. Can you give me the chance to advance later? Chu Hen was startled and revealed a difficult expression. You don't want to? Luo Mingchang's eyes were smiling. Her beautiful face was enough to bring disaster to a country in the future. If it was any other man, he would not refuse the other party's request. But to be honest, Chu Hen was really not willing to give up the only chance to advance to the next division to her. Seeing Chu Hen's hesitant look, Luo Mengchang waved her small hand and said with a smile, all right, don't make things difficult. I'm in the 223rd division. I'm not with you. Huh? 223. Then why are you here? Look over there. Luo Mengchang pointed to an area behind her. Chu Hen looked over and saw that at the entrance of the jungle there was also a sign with the eye-catching number 5 on it. Chu Hen was at the 6th entrance of the 224 division, and Luo Mengchang was at the 5th entrance of the 223 division. Coincidentally, the entrances of these two different divisions were so close to each other that the two of them met by chance. The two of them were not in the same division. Chu Hen was annoyed and amused at the same time. It turned out that the other party was teasing him. You scared me. I thought I'd have to compete with you for a spot. Luo Mengchang smiled. She then replied, by the way, how many hex runes did you obtain in St. Bell City last time? During the trip to St. Bell City more than 5 months ago, Wei Qingfan, Shen Yunqi, Bai Yue, Long Xuanshuang, and Yi Yao, these genius students, all obtained a hex rune from the illusionary bell. Only Luo Mengchang and Chu Hen did not disclose the power they obtained. Why? Luo Mengchang's question was just a spur of the moment. I obtained... Woo! Not waiting for Chu Hen to finish speaking, a melodious and powerful horn sound instantly reverberated from far to near between the heaven and earth. As soon as the horn sounded, the entire venue of the Southern Region tournament was set off in chaos. The mighty momentum was like the galloping of thousands of soldiers and horses. There were more than 15,000 contestants in the 500 competition zones, and they all rushed to their respective zones. The first elimination round has begun. Chu Hen clenched his fists and said solemnly. Luo Mengchang also nodded. Her red lips parted slightly, and she said with a faint smile, I hope to see you in the top 36. I'll do my best. All right, when we meet at that time, you have to give me the victory. Haha, definitely. Chu Hen nodded and smiled. After all, as long as he entered the top 36, he would obtain a spot on the heaven list. When the two of them met, even if Chu Hen gave the victory to the other party, it would not be a big problem. It would only affect his ranking on the Earth list. That's settled then. Luo Mingchang's lips curled into a charming smile. Then her figure moved, and like a forest elf, she entered Division 223. And Chu Hen did not delay at all, directly entering Division 224 from the 6th entrance. The forest was especially quiet and dark, with towering trees and lush leaves. Chu Hen's feet did not touch the ground, but directly stepped on the branches of the trees and leaped forward. The young man's outline became more and more determined, and the previous relaxed look gradually disappeared. A trace of deepness gradually appeared in his pitch-black eyes. The first elimination round of the All-Academy Tournament and the Earth List Tournament had begun. Chapter 177. Woo! When the extremely loud sound of the horn reverberated in the area, the entire southern area of the city was in an uproar. The all-school martial competition, the Earth List Battle, the first elimination round, was about to begin. Swoosh! At this moment, Chu Hen had already entered the competition area 224 from the 6th entrance. The towering tree was lush with leaves. The air was filled with the damp smell of soil. Chu Hen's feet did not touch the ground, but directly stepped on the branches of the tree and leaped forward 32 competitors. Moreover, he did not know the specific strength of his opponents. This caused Chu Hen to raise his spirits and raise his vigilance. It was not enough to obtain the banner from the many competitors. He had to bring it out to qualify for the first elimination round. In other words, everyone he met in the next round would be his enemy. According to the description of the person outside, the banner is most likely placed in the central area of this competition area. The others must be rushing there as fast as they can. In this case, the best way is to act as the aureole. Chu Hen's brain worked rapidly as he analyzed the current situation from all aspects. Chu Hen could be considered to be relatively good at acting as the aureole. However, since he had this idea, naturally others also had the same idea. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth involuntarily raised into a faint smile. In that case, he would first wipe out the mantis hiding in the back. Soon, Chu Hen entered the depths of the competition area. The deeper he went, the taller the trees became. The lush forest was abnormally quiet. Swoosh! Suddenly, a swift and fierce wind breaking force attacked without any warning. Chu Hen's heart was slightly startled. He had actually exposed his target. He saw a cold arrow flying towards him like a meteor. The dark green arrowhead flickered with a dazzling luster, as if it had been tempered in venom. Chu Hen's figure moved, and his body nimbly changed his movement trajectory in midair. That extremely powerful cold arrow streaked across the left side of his ribs, then dragged a powerful wave of air in the air, and then submerged into a towering tree behind him. Swoosh! In an instant, the towering tree, which required several people to encircle it, was directly penetrated by the arrow. A round hole as thick as a finger appeared on the trunk of the tree. What was even more shocking was that the tree was withering at an alarming rate. The lush branches and leaves that were as green as jade a second ago had turned yellow and withered in the blink of an eye. What a potent arrow poison! The corners of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Even the trees couldn't withstand this poison. Once a human body came into contact with it, it would probably die in an instant. I have to be more careful. Swish, swish! Then the enemy's second round of attacks came. It was still in the same position, but this time there are 2 arrows flying over. Compared to the previous arrow, not only was it more powerful, but it was also twice as fast. The powerful airwave swept through the air, and the space rippled with ear-piercing waves. Without saying another word, Chu Hen leaped onto another large tree. As he dodged the attack, he hurriedly dodged to the back of the large tree. In the next second, Chu Hen once again left his original position and steadily landed somewhere else. Boom! Just as Chu Hen flashed away from his original position, the large tree from before was directly blasted into pieces by 3 arrows that flickered with golden light. The opponent had actually been lying in ambush here. Chu Hen frowned. The opponent's strong killing intent was probably premeditated. Most likely, they were waiting here for him to appear, waiting to shoot arrows in the dark. The disadvantage for him was that this was a forest, which was the most suitable place for archers to hide in the dark and hunt targets. Moreover, Chu Hen had already been exposed. If he didn't get close to the opponent in the shortest time, it would still be a little troublesome. Swish! With a flash, Chu Hen directly flashed from the tree trunk to the ground. If he moved in the air, it would be easier for him to become an archer's target. Humph! Don't think that you can dominate everything just because you have the upper hand. Chu Hen's face revealed a trace of a mocking smile. Just as he was about to use his advantage in movement speed to approach the opponent step by step, he suddenly paused. Wait, it's not that simple. An even more serious thought sprang up in Chu Hen's mind. His eyes slightly narrowed, and some coldness gushed out from between his brows. Then his figure moved and directly flashed out. He hiding in the dark and shooting arrows. I'm coming to kill you. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Chu Hen's voice fell, 3 incomparably hurried, wind-breaking sounds tore through the air. Wrapped in the golden light, the arrows were like flowing lights that traverse the night sky, and the awe-inspiring power and strong killing intent directly attacked Chu Hen. It had to be said that the feeling of being a target was really extremely uncomfortable. It was suffocating to death. If it was an ordinary person, they would have long lost their mind. However, Chu Hen's heart was especially calm. Great waterfall, mountain-destroying palm. Chu Hen secretly shouted. His surging palm energy was like a flood as it poured out. A circle of unstoppable and vigorous palm energy set off a berserk shockwave as it headed straight for Chu Hen. Bang! A series of 3 overlapping explosive sounds rang out, and the 3 arrows were forcibly shattered into pieces by Chu Hen. The powerful shock wave directly swept past like a furious gale, and the dry branches and leaves on the ground were flattened and smashed into pieces. Even the surface of the soil was shaved off a thick layer. Humph! With this level of archery strength, you still have the nerve to learn from others and launch a sneak attack. Chu Hen wantonly ridiculed with a relaxed expression. However, as soon as his voice fell, a ghost-like black shadow suddenly scuttled out from the bushes at the side. Along with the wild wind, the other party directly leaped up, holding a shining broadsword in his hand, and slashed at Chu Hen's head. Hee, with this little bit of intelligence, you still dare to speak so shamelessly here? The strange laughter was filled with thick complacency. This person was not someone else, but the pale-skinned young man who previously made a throat-slitting gesture in front of Chu Hen. One could imagine that the sneak attacker hiding in the bushes and shooting arrows was most likely his companion who was previously with him. It turned out that, from the beginning, the 2 of them had been lying in ambush here. One used a bow and arrow to restrict Chu Hen's movements and also to attract his attention. And this fellow hid behind him, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Speaking of which, this kind of coordinated fighting style was considered a relatively brilliant method. The pale-skinned man instantly rushed in front of Chu Hen, and a ferocious aura completely suppressed him. He raised the broadsword, and the surging true origin energy of a half-step core transformation stage quickly gathered on the blade. The resplendent light was unusually dazzling, as if it was soaked in the holy radiance of the 9 heavens' divine sun, and it was extremely unstoppable. Hee, go and meet the king of hell. Idiot. The other party's face was filled with a sinister and complacent smile. This slash was extremely fatal to any Wu Xiao below the core transformation stage. However, there was not the slightest trace of panic on Chu Hen's face. On the contrary, the corners of his mouth faintly revealed a faint smile of ridicule. In the next instant, he directly raised his left arm and blocked in front of his body. The pale-skinned man's smile became even more sinister. It was as if he could already see the miserable scene of Chu Hen's blood splattering 5 steps away, and even his arm being chopped off. As expected of a foolish thing, using his hand to block the blade, he did not know what death was. Boom! In an instant, an extremely violent energy riot exploded in midair. The furious impact of the energy pressed down like a mountain, and the ground under Chu Hen's feet instantly split open like a spider web. The powerful energy ripples spread in all directions like ripples on the surface of water. However, the pale-skinned man's eyes were wide open. The complacent smile on his face directly froze on his face, and it was replaced by a face full of horror. The imagined scene of Chu Hen's blood splattering 5 steps away did not appear. Instead, his opponent unexpectedly used his arm to block the broadsword. You. The pale-skinned man's face was full of disbelief. He saw a layer of golden-red, illusory flame lingering around Chu Hen's left arm. The illusory flame was like fire, and it was as pure and holy as a ray of light. Even Chu Hen's skin faintly shone with a golden radiance. The blade that struck Chu Hen's arm was not able to penetrate even the slightest bit, and it did not even cut the skin. Ding! Along with a crisp sound, the pale-skinned man's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip, and the broadsword in his hand immediately followed the sound and broke. How was this possible? The pale-skinned man's expression changed drastically, and he was greatly shocked in his heart. Not only was the full-powered attack of a half-step core transformation stage powerhouse not able to injure Chu Hen in the slightest, but even the broadsword was broken. How could the opponent's physical body be so terrifying? Is it fun? Chu Hen coldly laughed. In the next instant, Chu Hen directly punched out with his right fist, and an endless aura of death surged into the pale-skinned man's heart like a tide. With a muffled bang sound, blood splattered and shattered internal organs splattered on the ground. Chapter 178. Is it fun? A sinister sneer appeared at the corners of Chu Hen's mouth. With a loud bang, Chu Hen's right fist, which was surrounded by faint illusory flames, directly smashed into the pale-skinned young man's chest. A warm rain of blood danced in the air, and shattered internal organs splattered all over the ground. Chu Hen's right fist had forcefully pierced through his opponent's chest. Half-step core transformation stage. Do you think you're that amazing? Chu Hen indifferently sneered. Endless pain spread to every corner of his opponent's body like a tide. The pale-skinned young man's eyes were wide open, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. His face was filled with endless fear and disbelief. A half-step core transformation stage expert was actually killed by Chu Hen with a single strike. Even now, the other party did not dare to believe it. Regret? All kinds of regret. However, it was too late for regrets now. Along with the rapid loss of vitality, the other party unwillingly breathed his last breath and died with his eyes wide open. Swoosh! At this moment, the archers hiding in the dark launched another attack. A swift and fierce arrow tore through the air and flew toward Chu Hen. However, compared to the previous sneak attacks, the power and momentum of this arrow was simply too weak. It was no wonder that the other party felt this way. After witnessing his comrade being killed by a single punch from Chu Hen, even his legs had turned to jelly. It was already not bad that the person who was in a state of panic was still able to release an arrow. However, in Chu Hen's eyes, this arrow was like a chopstick thrown by a child. It did not pose the slightest threat. Did you not eat your fill? Chu Hen sneered and raised his hand to meet the incoming arrow with a punch. Boom! Along with an explosive sound, scattered true energy bloomed in the air. The moment the arrow came into contact with Chu Hen's fist, it directly exploded into pieces. Immediately after, a flurry of hurried footsteps could be heard from afar. In the depths of the forest, one could faintly see signs of leaves swaying. Escaped? Do you think you can escape? Chu Hen raised his brows slightly. He threw the pale-skinned young man aside and put his storage bracelet into his pocket. A half-step core transformation realm cultivator should have a lot of treasures. This could also be considered as spoils of war. It would be a waste not to take it. Immediately, Chu Hen's figure moved, and he directly chased after the other person who had escaped. Sha, sha, sha! A rustling sound echoed in the lush forest. A young man with a longbow in his hand and a quiver on his back was running around aimlessly in the forest. From his extremely panicked expression, it was as if he had experienced the most terrifying thing in his life. Swish! Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew past, and the bow-wielding man felt as if his feet were tripped by something. Then he staggered, and before he could stand firm, he fell to the ground with his hands and feet propped up on the ground. I told you, there was no need to be so courteous to me. A playful laugh followed, and the man's face instantly turned deathly pale. His body trembled violently, and even the bow in his hand fell to the ground. A few meters in front of him, Chu Hen was standing on a tree branch. His arms were crossed in front of him, and one of his hands rested on his chin. He had an indifferent smile on his face, as if he was a cat playing with a mouse. "You." The young man's face changed drastically, and both his legs were trembling. The youth in front of him was as terrifying as a devil. Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." The man felt that there was no hope of escaping, so he knelt on the ground with a plop. His eyes were filled with a pleading expression. Just now he had personally witnessed his half-step core transformation realm companion being killed in front of him, and he had completely lost the will to resist. Swish! Chu Hen leaped up and steadily landed on the ground. Hee, weren't you guys quite proud just now? Now you're acting like a coward? Don't kill me, Senior Brother Chu Hen. No, Master Chu Hen, please let me go. Huh? You know me? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in the corner of his eyes. He slowly approached the man, and his eyes were like torches, causing great psychological pressure to the man. "It seems like the two of you discussed to ambush me here. I don't seem to have any enmity with the two of you. Even if we're competitors, there's no need for you to kill me, right? The man's expression became even more flustered, and his hands were trembling. "Someone ordered you to kill me, right?" It sounded like a question, but Chu Hen's tone did not show any doubt. The man's body trembled even more violently. If I tell you, will you spare me?" "Hee, you don't have the qualifications to negotiate. It's Wei Qing Fan. Last night he found all of us in this competition zone and gave each of us 20 high-grade primal crystal stones. He also said that as long as anyone can kill you, they will be rewarded with a spirit weapon." As expected, it was Wei Qingfan's doing. With regards to this, Chu Hen was not surprised at all. However, what made him dumbfounded was that the other party would actually use over 600 high-grade primal crystal stones as a deposit and a spiritual weapon as a reward to take his life. Chu Hen couldn't help but sigh. Just how much did Wei Qingfan hate him? Why would he pay such a price to harm me? Of course, spirit weapons were also divided into different grades, and the spirit weapon that Wei Qingfan opened was most likely at the bottom of the low grade. However, no matter how low grade the spirit weapon was, it would still be a treasure that would make countless people's hearts beat faster and fight for it. Did all of you agree to Wei Qingfan's request? Chu Hen questioned with some curiosity. The man clenched his fists tightly and nodded submissively. I'm sorry, I was confused for a moment. Please, bang. Before the man could finish his words, a violent impact with the force of a mountain struck his body. Chu Hen's aura was peerless. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were calm without a ripple. The man heavily fell to the ground. His sternum was completely shattered, and his internal organs were displaced. Large mouthfuls of blood continuously spurted from his mouth. His eyes were wide open, and his face filled with unwillingness and resentment was especially sinister. "I forgot to tell you, my eyes can see through the thoughts of others," Chu Hen said indifferently. He then walked up to the man, raised his right foot, and stepped on the man's wrist. Then he drew a sharp dagger from the man's sleeve. The man looked at Chu Hen as if he was looking at a monster. Then his head tilted to the side, and the life in his eyes quickly disappeared. After killing 2 people in a row, Chu Hen's heart was surprisingly calm. Just now, the 2 people's attacks were fatal, especially the arrows that were coated with poison. One could imagine how sinister their intentions were from the beginning. Since they wanted his life, why should he be merciful? "Humph, Wei Qingfan, you're really generous. 32 people, 20 upper-grade primordial crystal stones as a deposit, which was a total of 640 primordial crystal stones." The corner of Chu Hen's mouth unwittingly curled into a sinister smile. "In order to thank you for thinking so highly of me, I can't let you spend more than 600 upper-grade primordial crystal stones for nothing, right?" Immediately, Chu Hen casually took the storage ring from the man on the ground. Then he moved and continued to the depths of the competition area. The first elimination round of the All-Academy Martial Arts competition and the Earth List battle was on. However, there was a silent undercurrent in the 224th competition zone. A man with a sharp weapon in his hand was hiding in the bushes. His cold eyes were like a wolf waiting for its prey to take the bait. "Hey, senior brother, why aren't you snatching the flag? Why are you hiding here?" A hearty laughter suddenly came from a large tree behind him. The man with the cold eyes was shocked. He suddenly turned his head, but what he saw was a young and handsome face. Immediately, he was filled with hostility. "Chu Hen, it's me." Chu Hen flipped his body and leaped to meet the man's incoming attack. He directly stepped on the man's weapon and raised his leg to kick the man's chin. Bang! A muffled tremor reverberated through the air. Chu Hen's seemingly simple kick actually contained a tremendous force. His opponent's jaw was directly smashed into pieces. Broken teeth, mixed with fresh blood, splattered and fluttered about. The man with the cold eyes silently fell to the ground. He did not even have the strength to stand up. The eighth, Chu Hen smiled knowingly. He nimbly took the man's storage bracelet and quickly disappeared into the forest. The entire process took less than 20 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the place returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. However, the man who was lying on the ground motionlessly was the best proof. Where did that bastard Chu Hen hide? Under a towering tree, long vines hung down from the trunk like giant forest pythons. A short man was hiding behind the giant tree. His eyes were cautiously watching his surroundings, and he was aware of the slightest movement in his surroundings. He was holding a tree root silver needle in his hand. The needle was dipped in a deadly poison that could seal the throat upon contact. Obviously, this was a participant who specialized in hidden weapons. "Humph, Chu Hen, you deserve to be so unlucky. Of all people to provoke, you just had to provoke Wei Qingfan. Is Wei Qingfan someone you can casually provoke?" The man muttered to himself as he waited. But this is also good. As long as you're injured by my soul-searching silver needle, you'll definitely die. When that time comes, I'll take your head to Wei Qingfan to exchange for a spirit weapon. It's fine if I don't want the first round of elimination. That's a good idea, but are your lousy needles really that powerful? Just at this moment, a frivolous laugh suddenly came from above the man holding the silver needle. "Who's there?" The man's expression changed. Before he could raise his head, a young face suddenly appeared in front of him. Haven't you been looking for me?" Chu Hen hung upside down on the vines on the tree. "Chu Hen!" The man's pupils shrank. Without another word, he raised the silver needle in his hand and stabbed it towards Chu Hen. However, how could Chu Hen's speed be compared to his opponent's? Before his opponent could release the poisonous needle, Chu Hen had already grabbed his opponent's head with both hands and exerted force with his wrist. Crack! After a series of crisp sounds, his opponent's neck was directly twisted and his powerless body fell to the ground like a pile of mud. "Sorry, I hate people who feed poison to hidden weapons." Swoosh! Chu Hen flipped over and landed firmly on the ground. Chapter 179. As time passed, the first elimination round of the All-Academy Martial Competition was in full swing. Geniuses from all walks of life were fighting for supremacy. In the various competition zones in the southern region of the city, there were constant sounds of violent collisions. The entire forest was in turmoil. Birds and beasts fled, and birds flew in fright. In each competition zone, there were more than 30 participants fighting for the promotion spots. However, the 224 competition zone was shrouded in a strange atmosphere. In the dark and gloomy dense forest, a young figure was constantly moving like a ghost. Every time a heavy energy explosion was set off in the air, a contestant would be sent flying out. Then the other party generously took away the storage treasures of the defeated participant and quickly moved to the next battlefield. Bang! A majestic force that was like a mountain pressed down wantonly. A panic-stricken and miserable figure was dragged on the ground for dozens of meters before stopping. A large area of vegetation in front of him was flattened. The person who was attacked tilted his head and fainted without a sound. The 20th. Sigh, this is really physical work. I'm exhausted. Chu Hen casually wiped away the few drops of sweat on his forehead. From just now, he had been continuously counterattacking the competitors that were hiding in this area. He had searched every inch of the area, no matter who he met. Without saying anything, Chu Hen directly attacked. After finishing off his opponent, he took the storage treasure and left. In about an hour or so, Chu Hen had directly taken care of 20 opponents. This kind of efficiency could really be considered extremely fast. However, it took a lot of time to search for the enemies he had just defeated. This also meant that the remaining 12 people were hiding in a more secluded place. Although this was the first elimination round of the Earth List Tournament, the participants in this competition zone were still thinking about the bait that Wei Qingfan had offered. As long as anyone could kill Chu Hen, they would be able to obtain a spiritual artifact. To countless people, a spiritual artifact was an irresistible temptation. It was fine to give up a spot in the first elimination round since there was still a chance next year. However, a spiritual artifact would not wait for anyone. There are still 12 people left. Where will they hide? Chu Hen casually took off the storage belt of the person by his feet and thought to himself. Suddenly, Chu Hen's heart lit up, and his handsome face revealed an expression of sudden enlightenment. Why am I so stupid? I didn't even think of such a simple logic. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold glint flashed across Chu Hen's eyes, and he waved his hand. Swish! A black air blade that was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, along with the rapid trembling of the airwaves, directly cut a 20-meter-tall tree in half. The tree fell heavily to the ground, and behind it, a horrified and familiar figure was immediately exposed. Ha! Senior apprentice Brother Renwei. What a coincidence. You're in the same division as me? A frivolous smile hung on Chu Hen's face. The other party was Ren Wei from Tifeng Province. Ever since the Star Elite competition and the St. Bell City tribe, there had been many grudges between Ren Wei and Chu Hen. Ren Wei had repeatedly wanted to kill Chu Hen, but at this moment his face was as pale as a sheet and his hands and feet were faintly trembling. You, what do you want? Ren Wei clenched his fists and said in a deep voice. Nothing. I just want to ask you, why have you been hiding here all this time? Do you want to directly give me a fatal blow when I'm not on guard? Chu Hen said with a faint smile. No. Ren Wei tried his best to calm himself down. I'm just participating in the first elimination round, and I don't want to compete with you for a promotion spot. Ren Wei tried to make his tone sound weak, so that Chu Hen would not make things difficult for him. He knew very well that it was impossible for him to fight against Chu Hen alone. Oh, so Senior Apprentice Brother Ren Wei is only participating. Chu Hen raised his handsome eyebrows and said with a faint smile, But I want to ask you, have you received Wei Qingfan's killing deposit? Killing deposit? The moment these words left his mouth, Ren Wei's face immediately turned pale. His eyes were filled with shock as he narrowed his eyes. You! The smile on Chu Hen's face grew wider when he saw Ren Wei's panicked expression. So, Senior Apprentice Brother Ren Wei has already received Wei Qingfan's killing deposit. What do you think I should do? Ren Wei's body trembled as he clenched his fists. His heart hardened, and a surging aura directly erupted from his body. Swoosh! In an instant, 5 golden chains shot out simultaneously, and without the slightest bit of restraint, they flew towards Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen stood where he was and let the 5 chains wrap around him tightly like pythons. In just a blink of an eye, Chu Hen was tied up by the 5 chains. Apart from his head, The rest of his body below his neck was tied up by the sturdy chains. One hit was effective. Rinwei was overjoyed. He did not expect to succeed so easily. Humph, looks like you're only SOO. Rinwei's eyes turned cold. He did not remember the time when he was beaten to the ground by Chu Hen twice in St. Bell City. His body moved and charged toward Chu Hen at his fastest speed. A domineering and violent palm force swept out directly toward Chu Hen's head. Stinking brat, go to hell. Hee. Senior apprentice brother Rinwei is getting more and more powerful, along with Chu Hen's faint mocking smile. In the next instant, a golden light as bright as the sun suddenly erupted from his body. A beautiful golden red ring of light, with Chu Hen as the center, spread out in all directions. A fierce wind suddenly rose and a surging power swept out. Boom! A loud, heavy sound reverberated, and the leaves of the surrounding trees rustled and fell. The chains that bound Chu Hen's body exploded into countless pieces that danced wildly in the air. Ren Wei's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Before his attack could land on Chu Hen, a powerful shockwave came whistling over. Rin Wei was directly sent flying. Before he could smash onto the ground, Chu Hen flew up and kicked the other party's lower abdomen. The intense pain caused Rin Wei's eyes to split open, and he almost drooled. Bang! Chu Hen's kick directly sent Rin Wei into the mud more than 10 meters away. Rin Wei was immediately dyed into a mudman. He could not care less about the mud on his face and body. Enduring the pain in his body, he staggered to his feet and fled in a direction. Hee, run faster. Senior apprentice brother Rinwei. If I catch you, I'll break the tendons in your arms and legs first. Hearing the frivolous laughter coming from Chu Hen behind him, Ren Wei lost his head out of fear. He was out of his wits and ran away like a stray dog. At this moment, he was shocked, angry, and regretful. His heart was filled with resentment and hatred. He did not expect Chu Hen to know that Wei Qingfan had bribed everyone in this competition zone to kill him. Ren Wei, who had a lot of enmity with Chu Hen, happened to be assigned to this area. Ren Wei naturally fully agreed with the plan to kill Chu Hen. Of course, Ren Wei also knew that he was no match for Chu Hen. Therefore, when the first elimination round began, Ren Wei had been looking for other contestants, thinking of forming a team with them to kill Chu Hen together. When the time came to exchange the spirit weapon from Wei Qingfan, they would discuss how to distribute it. However, to Ren Wei's surprise, before he could complete his idea of forming a team, he happened to meet Chu Hen. Hiding in the dark, Ren Wei did not dare to make a sound after seeing Chu Hen easily kill the contestant in front of him. He could only continue to hide in the same place. However, Chu Hen still found him. After fighting, Ren Wei finally understood the extent of the gap between him and Chu Hen. Run. Ren Wei had no other choice but to run. Hee, senior apprentice brother Ren Wei, your footsteps are not fast enough. Not long after, Chu Hen appeared on a big tree on the right in front of him. His mocking smile made Ren Wei's scalp tingle. Ren Wei's body trembled, and he hurriedly ran to the other side. Swoosh! Soon, Chu Hen's ghost-like figure blocked in front of his opponent again. His lazy expression was like a cat playing with Hausi. Ren Wei gritted his teeth, staggered a few times, and hurriedly fled in another direction. Was it because his will to live was too strong, or was there another reason? After being blocked by Chu Hen 5 or 6 times, Ren Wei finally got rid of him. However, he still did not dare to be careless and continued to run forward. Right now, he only wanted to get to the outside of the competition area as soon as possible, forfeit and leave. However, just a second ago, when Ren Wei passed through a shrub, a young figure flashed out from behind a big tree. Looking at the direction in which the other party fled, a faint smile appeared on Chu Hen's lips. Finally, in the right direction, rustle, rustle. Frantic footsteps shuttled through the forest, causing the leaves to rustle continuously. Ren Wei walked forward aimlessly, wanting to return to the outside of the competition area. However, he realized that he was walking deeper and deeper, and in the end he even lost his way. That is, Ren Wei's heart suddenly skipped a beat. 100 meters in front of him, there was a relatively spacious open space. Gentle sunlight shone through the treetops, and on the open space there was a 2-meter-tall red flag gently fluttering in the wind. On the flag there was a word Earth. Earth? The Earth list battle. Is this the flag for advancement? Why am I here? Ren Wei suddenly stopped in his tracks, and then he subconsciously touched his face. A thick layer of dry mud almost covered his face. Then a thunderous shout came from the back of the forest. "Chu Hen, you little thief, you can't escape." What? The deep voice was like a boulder being thrown into a calm water surface, causing 1,000 ripples. In the next moment, Ren Wei's heart suddenly trembled. A thick sense of danger swept towards him from all directions like a tide. Chapter 180. When the red flag appeared in front of Ren Wei, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Ren Wei touched the thick mud that covered his face, and his heart suddenly trembled. "Chu Hen, you little thief, you can't escape." A thunderous voice reverberated in the forest. It was like a huge stone was thrown into a calm lake, and it stirred up thousands of waves. In the next instant, an endless aura of danger rushed toward Ren Wei from all directions like a tide. More than 10 murderous black figures held sharp weapons in their hands. They were like a pack of hungry wolves. Each of them had a ferocious and ruthless expression on their faces as they pounced toward Ren Wei, who was in the middle. Hee, Chu Hen's life is mine. A man holding a saber flashed and slashed at Ren Wei. "Scram! Don't even think about fighting with me. Get out of my way. His life is mine." A thick aura of death shrouded Ren Wei's entire body. His eyes narrowed to the size of a needle tip, and they were filled with endless fear. "No, I'm not Chu. Hiss!" Before Ren Wei could finish his words, a sharp saber directly fell on his chest. Warm blood splattered in the air. The saber's blade went straight into his sternum. Fresh blood flowed out, and his skin and flesh were torn open. Rip! Then a cold, sharp sword pierced through the man's back and chest. Then a long spear stabbed into his heart. In just a few blinks of an eye, nearly 10 weapons had pierced through Ren Wei's body. Fresh blood splattered in the air. The people charged forward and started a frenzied attack. Numerous fatal wounds covered Ren Wei's body. Bang! He fell powerlessly in a pool of blood. His eyes were wide open, and his pupils were about to burst. His eyes were filled with hatred and unwillingness as he stared at the depths of the forest. In the depths of the forest, there was a blurry young figure that looked like a devil from hell. It was only at this moment that Ren Wei finally understood. This was all part of Chu Hen's plan of substituting one for the other. First, Chu Hen intentionally kicked Ren Wei into the mud to hide his appearance. Then he purposely didn't kill him. Chu Hen caught up to Ren Wei 5 times in total, but he let him go each time. It seemed like he was playing with Housie like a cat, waiting to kill him when he was tired of playing with him. In truth, he was trying to chase Ren Wei to the center of the competition zone. However, how could Ren Wei, whose mind was in a mess, think so much? Step by step, he was led by the nose by Chu Hen and brought here. This was because Chu Hen had already guessed that the remaining people would set up an ambush here. If he wanted to obtain a spot in the first elimination round, he had to obtain the banner. Therefore, everyone was waiting for Chu Hen to arrive. When Ren Wei sensed that something was wrong, the real Chu Hen shouted that sentence from behind. The people lying in ambush naturally thought that the person covered in mud was Chu Hen. This was because everyone knew that they would be able to exchange a spirit weapon from Wei Qing Fan if they killed Chu Hen. Since everyone in the 224th Division was chasing after Chu Hen, then he would definitely be chased until he was in a sorry state, fleeing in panic. Then, without saying a word, Everyone charged at Renwei and started to kill him. Poor Renwei. He was so wrong that it could even snow in June. In the face of death, Renwei actually smiled. The smile on his face was very strange. "Huh. All of you are going to die." Thud! Renwei's head tilted to the side. His eyes that were wide open quickly became slack. The vitality in his body disappeared in just a blink of an eye. The people around him also stopped killing. When they looked at the person lying on the ground again, they simply could not bear to look at him. Almost all of his body was slashed to pieces. Even one of his arms had been chopped off. A spirit weapon could actually make a group of academy students go crazy. "I killed him," a man holding a saber said fiercely. "Ha! Just because you said you killed him, it's yours." Another man who was as skinny as a monkey sneered. "Humph! I was the first one to injure him." "That's right. You said you injured him. The real thing that took his life was the long sword in my hand. Get lost. It was obviously my long spear that pierced his heart." What do all of you want?" The crowd began to quarrel endlessly. The atmosphere became unusually restless, as though a chaotic battle could break out at any time. Wait! A young man with a sharp gaze seemed to have noticed something. He walked to the side of the corpse on the ground and rudely wiped the mud off the corpse's face. Subsequently, under everyone's dumbfounded gaze, a familiar face began to appear in front of everyone. This is Renwei. Why is it him? When everyone saw Renwei's face, they were all dumbfounded. What was going on? "Oh no, we've been tricked." The man holding the long spear shouted loudly. Buzz! Before he could finish his sentence, a raging, piercingly cold gust of wind suddenly swept towards them. The dead branches and leaves on the ground seemed to have been swept away by the autumn wind. In the next moment, accompanied by the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, a sharp black-patterned long spear traversed the air and attacked like a shooting star. What? The man holding the long spear had a drastic change in expression. Hiss! A series of blood splattered in the air. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the long spear pierced through the throat of the man holding the long spear and the man behind him. Zung! The demon slayer's spear drank the blood of 2 people consecutively. Then it was stabbed into the ground diagonally. Bright-colored liquid flowed down the spear's body. The cold aura made people not dare to approach it. Subsequently, the 2 men fell to the ground one after another. Blood gushed out from the bloody hole in their throats like a fountain. Soon the ground was dyed red. Sha! The sound of footsteps on the grass could be heard from afar. The expressions of the remaining people all became especially solemn. Every one of them tightly gripped the sharp weapons in their hands. Soon after, a young slender figure slowly appeared in everyone's line of sight from the deep and dark forest. That pair of pitch-black eyes contained a playful expression, a hint of mockery, as well as a chill that caused one's heart to palpitate. "Chu Hen!" The man holding the blade shouted in a deep voice. "Hee, how much hatred do I have for you? To be able to kill people like this?" Chu Hen smiled indifferently. He glanced at Renwei, who was a bloody mess on the ground and could not be more dead. "Humph, you despicable thing. You actually used such a lowly method." The skinny monkey spirit, holding the sword, scolded fiercely. "No matter how lowly the method is, it can still fool idiots like you, right?" Chu Hen's tone became deeper and deeper, and the coldness in his eyes became more and more intense. "I'm very sorry to tell you all that your rabid, dog-like actions just now made me very unhappy. All of you here must die. All must die." These 3 resolute words announced that the anger in Chu Hen's heart had already risen. To be honest, previously, Chu Hen did not really believe that everyone would harm him in order to curry favor with Wei Qingfan. There would always be 1 or 2 kind-hearted people. However, when he saw his substitute, Renwei, die under their blades, Chu Hen changed his previous thoughts. At least in this competition zone, Everyone wanted his own life. At least in this competition zone, everyone was considered an enemy. Feeling the coldness released from Chu Hen's body, the expressions of the crowd changed again. Then, a man at the 9th level of the element opening stage sneered and directly charged forward with a sword in hand. Humph, stinking brat, don't talk nonsense in front of me. You don't deserve to say such shameless words. A powerful sword aura circled around his body, forming a circle of extremely lethal air blades. At the same time, seeing that someone had made a move, the others did not want to be left behind. One after another, they aggressively charged toward Chu Hen. Before the start of the competition, the crowd had a rough understanding of Chu Hen's situation. Previously in St. Bell City, Chu Hen's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the element opening stage. With this kind of strength, any random person could defeat him. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Die for me! The man at the 9th level of the element opening stage hurriedly aimed his sword at Chu Hen's throat like a storm. Ha! A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of Chu Hen's mouth. He used the Big Dipper roaming dragon steps and dodged his opponent's sword aura. At the same time, a rapid wave of energy immediately erupted from his body. Strands of red light rapidly spread to Chu Hen's right arm like a tide. He clenched his palm into a fist and directly punched toward his opponent's chest. This punch's aura was restrained. One could not feel the strength of the punch at all. The man at the 9th level of the element opening stage laughed disdainfully. He immediately summoned an incomparably vigorous Triyuan and used a powerful palm force to meet Chu Hen's seemingly simple punch. Bang! A heavy shockwave instantly exploded in midair, accompanied by a rain of blood. That man's eyes were about to split open, while his face was deathly pale. One could see that his entire arm had been forcefully smashed into scraps by Chu Hen's fist. His flesh, tendons, and bones were directly smashed into smithereens. Ah! Fear and panic instantly covered his entire face. In the next instant, Chu Hen's devilishly handsome face was reflected in the man's extremely panic-stricken eyes. Have a safe trip. Bang! The second thunderous punch landed solidly on his opponent's chest. The power transmitted from the inside of the fist was like a volcano erupting in an instant. It was extremely furious. All the bones in his body were directly smashed into pieces, and all his internal organs ruptured. The man did not even have the time to let out a scream before he was flung dozens of meters away. He was beyond dead. The 9th level of the element opening stage, Wu Xiao, was killed by Chu Hen with a single blow. This scene sincerely caused everyone's heart to tremble. However, at the same time as fear struck, a sharp black saber had already appeared in Chu Hen's palm. As soon as the saber was raised, boundless killing intent was released like a tide. Hiss! The saber flashed, and a silver light streaked across the air. The skinny man who had rushed to the front was directly split into two by Chu Hen's saber. Warm blood and broken internal organs splattered on the ground. Chapter 181. In the center of the 224th Division, a bloody and cruel massacre was quietly taking place. This was a completely one-sided massacre. Chu Hen held the black saber and fought everyone by himself. The limitless Fang was so powerful that it drank everyone's blood. Ah! All sorts of shrill screams reverberated in the forest. Blood rained down. Broken limbs flew everywhere and shattered internal organs splattered everywhere. His opponents died under Chu Hen's saber one after another, and the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Ah, Chu Hen thief, you bastard, I'll fight you to the death. The man who held the long saber and slashed at Rinwei had a ferocious look on his face, and his eyes were about to spit fire. He watched the people around him die tragically under Chu Hen's hands. He was shocked and angry, and his emotions were abnormally crazy. Whoosh! He held the long saber tightly, and a vigorous true origin power quickly gathered on the blade. A series of rolling thunder appeared in the air, and dense electric arcs covered the long saber's blade. Die! Hey! A cold light flashed in the corner of Chu Hen's eyes. He condensed his palm, and the limitless Fong bloomed with a strange cold black light. You brought this upon yourselves. Ding. Chu Hen's saber collided with the opponent's, and the weapon in the latter's hand broke into two. While his aura was being suppressed, Chu Hen turned his wrist, and the limitless Fong dragged a series of shadows in the air like a flickering light. The opponent's eyes widened, and his heart trembled. Hiss! The saber flashed like an aurora, and a round head flew out. Endless fear was still frozen on the face, and a dazzling arrow of blood spurted out from the flat neck. Da-da! When the round head fell to the ground, the headless body also fell to the ground. In an instant, there was no one left alive around Chu Hen. More than 10 people were completely slaughtered here, and not many of their bodies were intact. Scarlet red blood flowed happily on the ground, forming a small stream. This scene was truly a ghastly sight. Wei Qingfan, this is a great gift for you. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a cold arc. He held the limitless Fong diagonally and retrieved the demon Punisher spear, which was not far away. Then he unceremoniously collected everyone's storage treasures. More than 600 high-grade crystals. This was a pretty good loot. After doing all this, Chu Hen slowly walked toward the flag in front of him. The red flag was more than 2 meters tall, and there was a word Earth written on it. All the other competition zones were fighting for this banner, but the 224 zone did not. However, when Chu Hen walked in front of the banner, he was still holding the limitless Fong saber in his hand. Humph, if you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. Number 32. Chu Hen stopped in his tracks and turned to look at the dark forest on his left. A cold glint flashed in his deep eyes. Number 32. There were a total of 33 people in this competition zone. Excluding Chu Hen, there were 32 opponents. Before he chased Renwei here, Chu Hen had already gotten rid of 20 people. Now, there were 11 people lying here. This meant that there was still an Oriole hidden here. Rustle, faint footsteps, slowly rang out. In the dusky environment, a black-clothed, ordinary-looking man with a pair of wolf-like eyes appeared in front of Chu Hen. Clap, clap, clap. The other party lightly clapped his hands and looked at Chu Hen with a playful smile. His tone was indifferent as he said, "Amazing, truly amazing. What a good plan of substituting one for the other. It's really too brilliant. Now, I finally understand why Wei Qingfan would use a spiritual weapon to exchange for your life. Your life is indeed worth this price." Chu Hen's plan just now could indeed be called brilliant. However, there were also smart people who would not be easily fooled. The 32nd person had been enduring until now. Buzz, as the other party approached Chu Hen, he released a powerful aura towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen raised his handsome eyebrows and smiled coldly. "I was wondering why you looked so confident. So it turns out that your cultivation base is at the core transformation stage. I'm sorry for being disrespectful. Hee. I have to say that I admire you a little. However, it's a pity that you met me, Zhang Fu." The man stopped about 10 meters away from Chu Hen and looked at him playfully. "Out of gratitude for helping me get rid of so many competitors, I'll leave your corpse intact." Zhang Fu's tone was full of confidence and contentment. It was as if in his eyes, Chu Hen's life and advancing to the next round of the elimination round were already in his bag. "You're very confident. Do you think a mere first stage core transformation stage cultivator can cover the sky with one hand?" Chu Hen did not think much of it. "Haha." Zhang Fu could not stop laughing. His laughter was full of mockery. "Interesting. I think I've only heard of the pot calling the kettle black, but I've never seen the pot calling the kettle black. I admit that your combat strength is indeed strong, but you're only at the 9th stage of the element opening stage after all." Zhang Fu's voice paused. He slowly raised his right hand, and a silver claw glove appeared on his palm. The claw glove was like the claws of a lion or tiger, and the sharp claws were like daggers, flickering with a dangerous luster. Moreover, you're already at the end of your rope. It's easy for me to take your life. Looking at the other party's confident expression, the aura exuding from Chu Hen's body gradually turned cold. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he smiled faintly. I forgot to tell you something. Oh. Zhang Fu pretended to be surprised. Hee, you can start saying your last words. My eyes tell me that with your low level, you can't even take one move from me. What? Boom. Before he finished speaking, an extremely strong wave of energy was suddenly released from Chu Hen's body. A demonic purple light quickly surged out of his body. A strong gust of wind blew, and the leaves rustled and fell. Zhang Fu's expression suddenly changed, and his heart trembled. This feeling was like the attack of the god of death. Chu Hen's pupils suddenly turned from black to a demonic purple. In the depths of his pupils, 2 black dots faintly trembled and emitted a vague and restless aura. Swoosh! In the next moment, Chu Hen flashed away like an arrow leaving a bow. The leaves on the ground flew into the air. Zhang Fu was caught off guard. He didn't think that Chu Hen would attack as soon as he said he would. However, just as he mobilized the boundless true yuan in his body to meet the attack, a strong gust of wind formed an invisible encirclement that instantly enveloped him. Hiss, accompanied by the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, a 7 to 8 meter long crescent light fell from the sky and swept past Zhang Fu with a shocking momentum. The silver crescent light was like a meteor in the dark night. Following that, Chu Hen's figure dragged a series of afterimages in the air and passed by Zhang Fu, flashing to the area behind him. In an instant, the two of them faced each other with their backs facing each other. Chu Hen held his saber diagonally. A scarlet drop of blood flowed down the tip of the saber and fell to the ground. Zhang Fu stood on the spot like a puppet. His face was pale, and his eyes were dull as he looked down at his chest. A wound that went deep into his sternum and went straight to his internal organs appeared on his chest. Bright red blood gushed out, and in the blink of an eye, a large part of his clothes was dyed red. Zhang Fu's heart trembled. His face was filled with fear and disbelief. He could not even take one strike. Indeed, a first-stage core transformation stage was killed by a 9th-stage element opening stage cultivator with one strike. What kind of concept was this? Zhang Fu was extremely regretful. Chu Hen had clearly given him a chance to live just now. Bang! Zhang Fu powerlessly fell to the ground. That strike was enough to kill him. His lips moved weakly like a fish without oxygen. His blood and vitality quickly disappeared. The moment his opponent stopped moving, Chu Hen's eyes returned to their normal, pitch-black color. You've brought this upon yourself. Chu Hen let out a long sigh of relief. At this point, all 32 opponents had been dealt with. There were no more hidden troubles. He glanced at Zhang Fu's corpse indifferently and muttered to himself. The demonized detection and the Shadow Moon Dance's lethality is really shocking. Under normal circumstances, Chu Hen would not be able to kill a core transformation stage expert with one strike. However, Chu Hen had used his demon eye to see through the direction of Zhang Fu's true origin energy and predicted his opponent's attack point and weak point. Then, with the help of the demon eye's bloodline limit, he was able to kill Zhang Fu with one strike, no matter what. This was Chu Hen's own strength. As long as he was able to solve the crisis at the critical moment and form a trump card to kill his opponent, it was enough. It's over. Chu Hen put away the limitless Fong and casually took his opponent's storage ring. He then put away the flag and left the arena without looking back. Half an hour later, at the entrance area of arena number 224, the middle-aged man in charge of this division, looked at Chu Hen, who was holding a red flag in front of him, in astonishment. What's wrong? Chu Hen asked casually. No, nothing. The middle-aged man suppressed the shock in his heart. He really did not expect Chu Hen to advance to the next round. After all, there were many outstanding geniuses in this arena whose strength had reached the half-step core transformation stage. Although the name Chu Hen had caused a commotion in the imperial city some time ago, he was still a newcomer after all. However, he was a newcomer after all, so this result was quite unexpected. Give me the flag. After the middle-aged man put away the flag, he gave Chu Hen a small red card with the words 224 engraved on it. Chapter 182. Congratulations on obtaining a place in the first elimination round. After the middle-aged man in charge of this division accepted the banner, he handed a small red card with the number 224 and laid on it to Chu Hen. Also, the second elimination round will be held in 2 days. Go back and wait for the notice from the academy. Thank you. Chu Hen nodded, and after a simple word of thanks, he turned around and left. The middle-aged man looked at Chu Hen's receding figure, his heart filled with all kinds of doubts. Why is he the only one who has come out? Logically speaking, after Chu Hen obtained the banner, the other contestants should have come out one after another. It had been a while, but there seemed to be no movement. Strange. The middle-aged man looked at the deep forest behind him and shook his head helplessly. After leaving the division, Chu Hen's mood was not as relaxed as he imagined it to be. In addition to the joy of obtaining the only place to advance, there was also a kind of indescribable gloom. Because of his hatred for Wei Qingfan, he had killed so many people in a row. It was impossible to say that there was no grudge in his heart. Of course, Chu Hen did not feel guilty at all. When to be ruthless, when to be forgiving, Chu Hen knew very well in his own heart. Ta! Suddenly, Chu Hen's shoulder was gently patted from behind. He subconsciously turned his head, and Luo Mingshan's elegant and refined face came into view. It's you? Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. Don't tell me that you've been eliminated? Luo Mingshan's beautiful eyes were filled with a faint, gentle light. No, I've advanced, look. Chu Hen opened up his palm and took out the small red card that he had yet to put into his storage ring and placed it in front of the other party. Then why do you look so listless? I thought you were eliminated. Chu Hen smiled and shook his head. No, what about you? Guess. Luo Mingshan's eyebrows flashed with a playful smile. Look at you, of course you've advanced. All right, you're smart. Huh. Chu Hen was startled. How could this be called smart? The two of them chatted casually as they walked out of the arena. Luo Mingchan's lively smile made Chu Hen's mood gradually relax. The gloom that had accumulated in his heart was quietly released. Although the two of them had only met a few times, there was an indescribable sense of familiarity between them. More and more competition zones had ended the first round of elimination matches. Most of the people who came and went were crestfallen and listless. There were more than 15,000 participants in the Southern Region competition zone, but only 500 of them had passed the first round. This ratio was not small, as for the other 3 regions, the situation was probably the same. Not long after, Chu Hen and Luo Mengchang arrived at the front area of the competition venue. Chu Hen immediately saw mentor Shilan waiting outside. She had long purple hair and a beautiful face. No matter when, she would always attract people's attention. My mentor is over there. Chu Hen said, Oh. Luo Mengchang nodded lightly. Then you can go over. I won't be going over to your side. It seems that my direct mentor and your mentor have some conflict. Conflict? Chu Hen was slightly startled. He then asked, Your mentor is? Hong Lian. Luo Mengchang's red lips parted slightly as she answered softly. Chu Hen's eyes slightly narrowed. He had already been in the imperial city for almost a year. He had occasionally heard Li Huiyi, Zhou Lu, and the others talk about the core instructors and famous monstrous geniuses of the various martial houses. As for Imperial Martial Academy's core mentor, Hong Lian, Chu Hen had also heard a little about her. It was said that she was also an advanced tattoo master. Advanced tattoo master? Chu Hen was startled. He suddenly remembered that when he was in St. Bell City, he and Shilon were trapped by a mysterious advanced tattoo masters, no hatred illusionary. They almost lost their lives. Now that he thought about it, wasn't Hong Lian the mentor who led the team from Imperial Martial Academy? What's wrong? Luo Mengchang asked puzzledly when she saw Chu Hen's stunned expression. Chu Hen shook his head. At the same time, he looked at her with a complicated gaze. Nothing. Oh, then I'll leave first. And okay. Luo Mengchang did not think much of it and left first. Chu Hen looked at her elegant and refined back and deeply breathed out a breath of relief. A few profound meanings surged within his eyes. Then, Chu Hen left the area and came to Shilan's side. Mentor, you've advanced, haven't you? Although Shilan was asking, her eyes were filled with determination. Chu Hen nodded with a smile. And my luck is not bad. I didn't encounter a strong opponent. Shilan also smiled. There was a slight ripple in her beautiful eyes. Woo! After a while, a loud and clear bugle sound reverberated in every corner of the competition venue. This also meant that the first round of the promotion competition had ended. The top 500 of the Southern Region's competition venue had advanced. Densely packed people came out of the competition venue one after another. The ratio was 30-1. Among the more than 30 people, there was one person with a smile on his face. The rest were all dejected. Of course, except for those who walked out on their own. There were also many people who were helped out. These were the people who were injured in the competition. Some of the more tragic ones lost their lives and were carried out on stretchers. Soon, the students of Tensei Prefecture gathered around Shilan. Senior Brother Qingyuan, what happened to you? Sai, don't mention it. I met a guy at the second stage of the core transformation realm, and he took away my flag. Sai, I was also eliminated. The students of Tensei Prefecture were not in a good mood. Most of them were eliminated. Of course, in recent years, Tensei Prefecture was the weakest college in the Imperial City for a reason. Due to the lack of outstanding students, the overall strength of the students was relatively weak. It was not surprising that most of the students were eliminated. However, what surprised everyone was that Lei Zhen actually advanced to the next round. When Lei Zhen was in St. Bell City, his cultivation base was almost at the 9th stage of the element opening realm. After 5 months of hard work in Tensei Prefecture, he had recently broken through to the first stage of the core transformation realm. When he was in St. Bell City, Lei Zhen fought with demonic beasts all year round. Therefore, he was very experienced and had strong combat skills. Although the crowd was surprised, they felt that it was reasonable for Lei Zhen to advance to the next round. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the area in front of the competition venue. TSK, it's miserable. It's really miserable. What's going on? You still don't know. 10 people are seriously injured and 22 people are dead in the 224 competition venue. Oh my God! 22 contestants died. The entire place was in an uproar. Everyone who heard the news turned pale with fright. You didn't see the way those people were carried out. It's really tragic. Some of them didn't even have a full body. Who did they offend? It's a massacre. The speaker did not mean anything, but the listener did. Lei Zhen blurted out, subconsciously, Isn't Chu Hen from the 224 competition venue? It was fine if he did not say it, but the moment he said it, it caused a huge uproar. The gazes of the surrounding people, uniformly, looked towards Chu Hen's direction. However, at this moment, Chu Hen had already left by himself, leaving behind a lonely and arrogant silhouette for the crowd. Looking at this scene, the people in Tensei Prefecture looked at each other. It's really Chu Hen's doing. Isn't this guy too ruthless? He killed 22 people. Even though they were from the same academy, they could not help but look at Chu Hen with caution. Shilon also frowned slightly. From what she knew, Chu Hen was not a bloodthirsty person. He did not have the so-called bloody aura. There was only one reason why such a situation would occur. That was because Chu Hen was forced into a situation where he had no other choice. Only then would he use such a killing move. Teacher? He Qingyuan called out softly. Shilon shook her head and sighed softly. Let's go back. In the evening, the imperial city welcomed the hubbub and jubilation of the entire city. The 4 major competition zones and 2,000 competition zones had decided on 2,000 genius students who would advance to the next round. The whole city was discussing who would be able to enter the top 36 of the Earth Roll, who would be able to become the champion of the Earth Roll. I bet that Wei Qingfan of Tifeng Province has an 80% chance of becoming the champion of the Earth Roll. I bet that Shan Yunqi of Spirit Rhino Martial House will be the champion. Yao Zhan of Imperial Martial School, I think highly of him. Following the intense battle of the terrestrial list, the capital, and even the entire Sacred Star dynasty became lively. Of course, this was just the beginning. After the Earth Roll tournament, there was still the Heaven Roll tournament. In the following period of time, the atmosphere in the capital would continue to be high. In a splendid and magnificent mansion, lanterns were hung in the courtyard, and it was as bright as day. On the water pavilion, a few graceful young dancers were dancing. Inside the pavilion, Wei Qingfan hugged a young girl with heavy makeup and constantly accepted the wine that the other party handed to him. This mansion was Wei Qingfan's private residence, and it was also the place where he indulged in luxury every night. Young Master Wei, recently you have that Missy you, so you don't have time to accompany me. The beautiful girl in his arms said coquettishly. Wei Qingfan smiled as he held the other party's chin and said with great interest, Tonight, I will accompany you to your heart's content. The girl giggled. Speaking of which, young Master Wei, how much money and resources have you invested on that woman? But she still hasn't submitted to you. I think she doesn't know what's good for her. Young Master Wei, you should not waste your time on her. Ha! The more arrogant a woman is, the more I like her. I like to slowly tame her. Wei Qingfan said as he poured a cup of wine into his mouth. As long as he became the champion of the Earth Roll tournament, he did not believe that you would not be dead set on him. Young master. At this moment, a middle-aged man hurriedly walked in from the door. It was Wei Qingfan's personal attendant, Wei Han. Wei Qingfan's eyelids twitched, and his eyes lit up. Haha, good news. Chapter 183. Hee, there's good news. Wei Qingfan couldn't help but reveal a complacent and playful smile when he saw Wei Han walking in from outside the door. He hugged the flirtatious woman in his arms even tighter, and the latter giggled as she tightly pressed herself against him. Young master. Wei Han walked in front of Wei Han with an ugly expression on his face. Who's so lucky to be able to obtain a spirit weapon from this young master? Wei Qingfan said indifferently with a faint smile. Wei Han shook his head. Young master, something went wrong. Oh, failed. Not only did he fail, there were 10 people seriously injured in the 224th competition area, and 22 people died. What? Hearing this, Wei Qingfan flew into a rage. He stood up and slammed his palm on the table. The seductive woman next to him jumped in fright and was thrown to the ground. The dancing women on the stage were also startled and gathered together in fear. What about that little animal? Wei Qingfan asked in a stern voice. He's safe and sound. Wei Han lowered his head and said. Wei Qingfan's expression became gloomier and gloomier, and the space between his brows was filled with dense coldness. Even Zhang Fu failed. Zhang Fu, I checked his wound. He was killed with a single slash. Boom! Wei Qingfan clenched his fists. An endless cold killing intent surged in his eyes. Killed with a single slash? Zhang Fu was a genuine core transformation stage expert. So how could he be killed with a single slash from Chu Hen? If these words came from someone else's mouth, Wei Qingfen absolutely wouldn't dare to believe it. But Wei Han was his confidant, so there was no reason for him to doubt it. Isn't that little animal's weapon a spear? How come he was killed with a single slash? Wei Qingfen forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart, and his tone was as cold as a sharp awl. The flirtatious woman beside him was so frightened that she didn't even dare to say a word, and she sat on the ground in a daze. Wei Han's face also revealed a confused expression. This subordinate hasn't investigated clearly, but in the 224th competition area, it was indeed Chu Hen, that little animal, who obtained the only advancement spot. In addition, there's also Speak. Also, all the storage tools on those 32 people were taken by that little bastard. Buzz! Just as he finished speaking, endless rage and a furious aura suddenly gushed out from Wei Qingfan's body. With a loud bang, the flirtatious lady beside him was sent flying. She heavily smashed into a stone pillar in the pavilion and fell to the ground. Blood continued to flow out of her mouth, and then her head tilted to the side. She didn't even have the chance to scream before she died on the spot. All the dancers on the stage were frightened and panicked. Their faces were pale, and they all knelt on the ground. Young Master Wei, please be happy or angry. Spare me, young Master Wei. All of you, shut up. Wei Qingfan roared. Everyone was trembling in fear, not daring to move. Wei Han inwardly shook his head. Although his young master's talent was outstanding, he was temperamental. Following by his side, caution was essential. In the past, so long as Wei Qingfan wanted to deal with someone, all of them would suffer a fate worse than death. There really weren't many people in the imperial city that Wei Qingfan couldn't handle, but it just had to be Chu Hen that made it hard for him to swallow again and again. If this went on, Wei Han was really worried that one day Chu Hen would be stuck in Wei Qingfan's throat. That bastard's speed of growth was so fast that it was simply terrifying. Everyone's storage tools had been taken away, and this also meant that Wei Qingfan had wasted more than 600 high-grade origin crystal stones for nothing. Damned bastard. I want to see how many rounds you can go. You better not encounter this young master. Otherwise, I'll definitely make you die a graveless death. Wei Qingfen angrily flicked his sleeve, and the cold light in his ruthless eyes revealed a hint of savagery. Tensei Prefecture. Little sister Zhou Lu, this Schweifing has successfully advanced to the first elimination round. I'm one step closer to the top 32. When the time comes, don't go back on your word, and don't go back on your word. Mu Feng proudly displayed the small red card in his hand, and his sneaky smile made even his eyes narrow into slits. Zhou Lu was so angry that her teeth itched, and she had the urge to throw the mat of her shoe at his face. Li Hui, who was at the side, drooped his head and sighed. Sigh, my strength is still not enough. All this hard work has all gone to waste. Calculating the time, Li Hui, Chu Hen, and this batch of newcomers in another month or two would be in the academy for almost a year. In this year, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others could be considered to be very diligent, especially under the guidance of teacher Shilon, and their speed of improvement was extremely fast. Currently, Li Hui and Zhou Lu had already reached the 7th and 8th level of the element opening realm. For newcomers who had only been in the academy for a year, this was definitely extremely outstanding. However, compared to the 2,000 geniuses who advanced in the first round of the Inter-Academy Martial Competition, it was still slightly lacking. Originally, there was nothing to be disappointed about. However, among his friends, Chu Hen, Mu Feng, and Lei Jin had all advanced, and this more or less made Li Hui feel a little unbalanced. Little Li, don't be sad. There will still be opportunities in the future. Mu Feng patted him on the shoulder and said, I'm not sad, I'm just depressed. Depressed about what? Depressed? How could someone of your level advance? Damn your grandma's banana. You guys are all underestimating this schweifing. If a tiger doesn't show its might, do you think I'm a little kitten? This schweifing is usually more low-key, that's all. If this schweifing was a little more diligent from the start, this schweifing could also beat that so-called number one person in the Tensei prefecture, Jixian. Boast, continue boasting. Zhou Lu mocked disdainfully. Boast your sister-in-law, boast. Even if I can't beat him, that Jixian can't do anything to this schweifing. I'll just laugh and quietly listen to you boasting. Your mouth that hasn't brushed its teeth for more than 10 years can really stink someone to death. Get lost if you dare to slander this schweifing's image again. Do you believe that you won't even know how you got pregnant? You're courting death. The few of them did not exchange more than a few words before they started fighting. Facing this pair of enemies, Chu Hen was both angry and amused. He shook his head and went back to his room, minding his own business. I'm going to rest. All of you, lower your voices. The few of them quickly stopped fooling around. The tragic incident in competition zone 224 during the day had already spread like wildfire in the Imperial City. When they found out that the person who won that competition zone was Chu Hen, all the students in the Tensei prefecture looked at Chu Hen differently. Of course, Chu Hen did not take it to heart. After returning to his room, Chu Hen directly took out 32 storage treasures and threw them on the table. Inside were all the spoils of the day. Chu Hen scanned them with his divine sense, one by one. Most of them were primordial crystal stones, cultivation methods, martial skills, weapons, and the like, including the more than 600 high-grade primordial crystal stones that Wei Qingfan gave to everyone and their own. The total number of high-grade primordial crystal stones was more than 1,000, among which there were countless middle-grade primordial crystal stones. The primordial crystal stones from last time haven't been used up yet. Young Master Wei, you've given me so many again. Thank you so much, young Master Wei, for giving me so many primordial crystal stones. Chu Hen muttered to himself and put them together. Then, Chu Hen flipped over and sat on the bed, holding a high-grade primordial crystal stone in one hand. He released the spirit-gathering seal and quickly absorbed the majestic energy contained in it. The next morning, it's out. The rules of the second round of the Earth ranking battle are out. Really? When was it announced? Just now there was a notice at the Seven Stars Plaza. Let's go and take a look. Countless people had already gathered at the Seven Stars Plaza, although there were not many people in Tensei Prefecture who had successfully advanced to the next round. Everyone's enthusiasm for the Earth ranking battle did not diminish at all. The second round is the battle for the top 32. F***CK, no way. It's the battle for the top 32 directly? Doesn't that mean that the 2,000 people who advance to the next round will be divided into 32 zones? Yes, 32 zones, and each zone will have 62 to 63 people. This kind of clamor arose one after another, and everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. They had heard that the rules of the second round would be much crueler and more difficult than the first round. But they did not expect it to be so difficult. In the first round, there were only about 30 people in each zone, but in the second round, there were more than 60 people. The number had almost doubled. This also meant that they had to defeat 60 people in order to make it to the top 32. How terrifying! Why are the rules so crazy this year? Who knows? Let's see where the competition will be held. The chaotic battleground in the city. Below is the name list of the students who advanced to the next zone. Shaoyan, Arena number 4. Baiyue, Arena number 7. Mufeng, Arena number 21. Chuhen, Arena number 31. There were 32 zones, and each zone had 62 or 63 people. The rules were very simple. Only one person from each zone could advance to the next round, and the only person who advanced to the next round would be the top 32. He would also have the qualification to enter the Sky List. There were not many people in Tensei Prefecture who advanced to the next round. Fortunately, no two people were assigned to the same zone twice. The continuous crazy competitions had long ignited the enthusiasm of all the people in the martial houses. Late at night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. Principal Jiang of Tensei Prefecture was alone in a loft. There was a faint hint of hope in his slightly turbid old eyes. Tomorrow will be the battle for the top 32. The future of the Heavenly Star Martial House will depend on these young fellows. Chapter 184. The next day, the holy light of dawn sprinkled over the entire imperial city, and the once bustling city gradually became bustling. In the northern part of the imperial city, there was a famous place called the Melee Arena. The Melee Arena was also known as the Gladiator Arena. It was a place specially set up for the members of the imperial city's royal family, officials, and nobles to watch the battles. There were a total of 32 melee arenas built in the northern part of the imperial city. Each melee arena was like a majestic fortress. The walls were more than 50 meters tall, and there were entrances and exits in all directions. Among them, there were a few arenas that were newly constructed. They were probably built to cater to the top 32 competition zones of the Earth List tournament. That was why they had added a few similar arenas to the original ones. There was a distance of more than 10 meters between each melee arena. From the first competition zone to the 32nd competition zone, all of them were marked with large, eye-catching red words. In the morning, countless people had already gathered at the second competition zone of the Earth List tournament. Outside the melee arena, there was a sea of people. Countless people had come to watch the excitement. I didn't expect the top 32 competition to start right away. I thought there would be at least 3 rounds of competition. That's good too. More than 60 geniuses are fighting in a melee, fighting for a promotion spot. The scene will be as explosive as it can be. Who's that? Which competition zone is Wei Qing Fan in? Number 1. Seems like it. Haha, what a coincidence. Does this mean that Wei Qing Fan is going to win the Earth List? Don't forget Xin Yunqi from Lingxi and Yao Zhan from Imperial Martial. These people are all very powerful. There's also Long Xuanshuang from Haoyue and Long Qingyang from Mammoth. They're not bad either. Let's go. It's rare for the melee arena to be open for free. Let's hurry up and grab a spot. I'm going to Wei Qingfan's competition zone. I'm going to Shen Yunqi's. Compared to the strictness of the first round of elimination and promotion matches, the second round of the top 32 was an open tournament. After all, there were more than 60,000 participants in the first round. After eliminating more than 58,000 contestants, the remaining 2,000 advanced contestants were divided into 32 regions. It was very easy for the spectators in the imperial capital to watch the battle. At the same time, the genius disciples of the various martial houses also arrived one after another. I really didn't expect that the battle for the top 32 would be held here. Zhou Lu, Li Hui, and the others looked at the majestic, chaotic battlegrounds that were like castles, and they all had expressions of admiration on their faces. The sturdy city walls were like iron bastions, giving people the feeling of an impenetrable cage. This chaotic battleground had been established in the imperial city for several decades, and there had been countless killings and battles in this place. When everyone approached this place, they could faintly feel a merciless, cruel, and imposing aura. Hee, Sister Zhou Lu, come and watch my match later. Mu Feng moved his head closer and said with a grin, No. Zhou Lu refused without thinking. I want to go to Chu Hen's division. TCH, Chu Hen will definitely be eliminated. You go and watch me. I will definitely enter the top 32. When that time comes, don't forget our agreement, hee. You. Zhou Lu was so angry that her face turned red. You slut, be careful of your bragging. If you can't enter the top 32, prepare to lick the soles of this lady's shoes. Zhou Lu, don't forget to step on some dog shit. Li Hui casually added. Good idea. You too. This time it was Mu Fang's turn to grit his teeth. To think that you could think of this, you're really ruthless. Of course. Zhou Lu said proudly. Humph, you think I'm afraid of you? In any case, this marshal will definitely enter the top 32. Just wait and see. They were noisy the day before yesterday, and today. Chu Hen was completely helpless towards these people. All right, everyone, go to your own area. Xiao Yan, who was walking at the front, turned around and said to the crowd. This time the area was in the Imperial City, so there was no need for Instructor Shilan and the others to lead the team. Xiao Yan, who was more steady, led everyone to the competition. Of course, the instructors from the various martial houses would also watch the competition from their seats, as spectators. Understood, Senior Brother Xiao Yan. Everyone replied. Xiao Yan's gaze swept across by Yue and Chu Hen. Then he said to everyone, no matter what, although the honor of entering the top 32 is important, the most important thing is still your own life. Where there's life, there's hope. A true hero should know when to yield and when to stand tall. Let me congratulate all of you in advance for achieving your ideal results. Xiao Yan's words were especially heartwarming. Everyone nodded in admiration. Chu Hen's impression of Xiao Yan increased. Compared to Ji Xian's arrogance, Xiao Yan's personality was more approachable. Immediately, the Tensei Prefecture geniuses who had advanced to the next round went to find their own area. Junior Brother Chu Hen, do your best. Lu Yu, He Qingyuan, and the others all looked at him encouragingly. Chu Hen smiled and nodded. I will. And Mu Feng, Lei Jin, you guys too. It's no big deal, Mu Feng said shamelessly. The entrances for the spectators and the entrances for the contestants were separated. Therefore, many of the Heavenly Star Martial House's students that came to watch the match had to enter the arena from another direction. As for Chu Hen, Xiao Yan, Bai Yue, and the others, they had to enter from the contestant entrance. There was still a lot of time, so Chu Hen was not in a hurry. Hey, Chu Hen! At this moment, a gentle female voice suddenly sounded. Yu Qinyu. Chu Hen turned around and couldn't help but smile. Long time no see. Yeah, we haven't seen each other for almost half a year, Yu Qinyu replied with a smile. Yu Qinyu was one of the 6 pearls of the Imperial City. She was also a famous general of the Sacred Star Dynasty, the daughter of the great general of the West Sea. Previously, Chu Hen met her at the Mammoth Martial House, and she could be considered a good friend. The last time they met was at the Star Prodigy tournament. I haven't seen you for half a year, and your cultivation has improved a lot. Huh? Sensing the subtle energy waves in Yu Qinyu's body, Chu Hen said with some surprise, It's okay. In the past half a year, my dad has been keeping me at home to cultivate, and I rarely go to the academy. He even said that I am his daughter, and I can't embarrass the great general. I'm so annoyed by him. I wanted to go to the Tensei Prefecture to play with you a few times, but my dad, that bastard, wouldn't let me go. Yu Qinyu pouted, and her pretty face was very cute. Bastard? Chu Hen was amused by Yu Qinyu's insult. This was the first time he heard someone insult his father like that. Of course, although Yu Qinyu scolded him, she did not have any resentment. Reality proved that Yu Qinyu's cultivation had improved rapidly in the past half a year, and she had even surpassed Chu Hen in terms of cultivation level. She had already broken through to the core transformation stage, and she had easily secured a place in the first elimination round. Third brother, then, a cheerful voice came from another direction. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and he turned to see Long Qingyang walking towards him with a smile on his face, and the icy beauty, Long Xuanxuang, was behind him. Big brother, second sister, you're good. Haha. Long Qingyang punched Chu Hen's chest. Cough, cough. Chu Hen pretended to be in pain, and he held his chest. Big brother, be gentle. I'm vomiting blood from your punch. Stop pretending in front of me. Both Xuanxuang and I didn't expect you to advance to the first round. I was knocked off the stage in the first round of the All-Academy Martial Competition. Haha, why haven't I heard you mention this before? Sigh, it's better not to talk about such an embarrassing thing. Long Qingyang waved his hand and looked at Yu Qinyu. This must be the beloved daughter of the West Sea General. Yu Qinyu or Miss Yu. Hello. Yu Qinyu stretched out her slender, white hand politely. I'm Long Qingyang, nice to meet you. You're welcome. Even though they were both disciples of the giant elephant martial house, Yu Qinyu had said that Long Qingyang had been staying at home for the past half a year. This was the first time she had met Long Qingyang. When Yu Qinyu saw Long Xuanxuang, a look of shock appeared on her face. She had heard Chu Hen call them big brother and second sister, but she hadn't expected Chu Hen to have some sort of relationship with Long Xuanxuang, one of the four beauties of the imperial capital. Looks like we've come at the wrong time. Long Qingyang said strangely, a meaningful smile on his face. Huh. Chu Hen was stunned at first, but he knew what Long Qingyang was referring to. He shook his head inwardly. This brother of his was getting more and more indecent. Big brother, second sister, which arena are you in? Chu Hen changed the topic. I'm in arena 17. Long Qingyang replied. I am number 9. Long Xuanxuang replied calmly. She raised her eyes and opened her red lips. What about you? What about arena 31? Arena 31. Long Xuanxuang frowned slightly, a trace of emotion appearing on her cold face. What's wrong? Chu Hen asked. Long Qingyang and Yu Qinyu looked at each other in confusion. Long Xuanxuang shook her head and replied solemnly. Lu Xiao from our Bright Moon Academy is in that arena. Lu Xiao? Long Qingyang and Yu Qinyu frowned slightly when they heard this name. Lu Xiao is a ruthless person. Long Qingyang let out a deep breath and looked at Chu Hen seriously. Third brother, Lu Xiao is a stage 2 core transformation stage cultivator and has a ruthless personality. You're no match for him. Just treat this battle as a trial and don't come into direct contact with Lu Xiao. Chapter 185. Lu Xiao is a ruthless man. His cultivation base has reached the second stage of the core transformation realm. You are no match for him. Just treat the battle for the top 32 as a trial. Don't come into direct contact with Lu Xiao. Long Qingyang said solemnly to Chu Hen. Is it Lu Xiao? Chu Hen's eyes slightly focused as he softly muttered. That's right. This guy is like a madman. He pestered me for half a month and guarded the entrance of the giant elephant martial house every day. I was so annoyed by him. Pestered you for half a month? Chu Hen was confused. Big brother, do you have a grudge against him? It's all your second sister's fault. Long Qingyang glanced at Long Xuanxuang and said, That madman Lu Xiao didn't know about my relationship with your second sister at first and told me to stay away from her. At that time, I also had a bad temper, so I got into a fight with him because of a disagreement. Later on, that guy started to compete with me and came looking for trouble every day. So that's how it is. Chu Hen finally understood. He rubbed his nose and said with a smile, It seems like that person treats you as a love rival. Since he wants to chase after second sister, when we meet later, he should try to please me. Long Xuanxuang rolled her eyes at Chu Hen. We are not joking with you. Let me tell you the truth. Third brother. Long Qingyang was annoyed and amused at the same time. That madman failed to get your second sister, and his love turned into hatred. Now that he sees me, he's even crazier than before. You'd better not let him know that you're related to Xianshuang, or you'll get yourself into trouble again. F***CK, what's going on? What does his failure to woo second sister have to do with us? That's why we call him the ruthless madman. All right. Chu Hen shook his head, helplessly. There were all kinds of weirdos in the imperial capital. But no matter what, Long Qingyang had repeatedly reminded Chu Hen, which meant that Lu Xiao was indeed a tough nut to crack. Chu Hen just smiled and didn't say anything. All right, the tournament is about to begin. We'll be leaving first. All right. Long Qingyang and Long Xuanshuang headed to their respective arenas, leaving Chu Hen and Yu Qinyu behind. I didn't even know they were your family. But why don't you have the same surname? Yu Qinyu asked curiously. Chu Hen smiled, and a hint of gloom flashed across his eyes. Because I was picked up. Picked it up. Yes, General Long Bo picked them up on the battlefield. But they've always treated me like family, and I haven't been any worse off than anyone else these years. At this point, the image of Long Zhan's tall and sturdy back appeared in Chu Hen's mind. It had been almost a year since he left Burning Rain City, and he was thinking of returning home with Long Qingyang and Long Xuanshuang after the tournament. But seeing Chu Hen involuntarily reveal that sincere emotion, Yu Chanyu's red lips lightly pursed, and a faint ripple appeared in her clear eyes. All right, it's almost time for the tournament to begin. Let's get ready for the tournament. Chu Hen said. All right. Yu Chenyu smiled and nodded. Then, the two of them split up and headed to their respective arenas. Arena number 31. The majestic walls were like city walls, and one could clearly feel the cruel aura of a chaotic battle. There was a pitch-black passageway in front of Chu Hen, and it was the entrance to the arena. A middle-aged man in charge of the arena was guarding the entrance. Is it this arena? Hurry up! It's almost time for the tournament, the middle-aged man said loudly to Chu Hen. Chu Hen nodded his head, took out a small red card, and handed it over to him. The middle-aged man stretched his head over to take a look, and then took out a scroll with over 60 names on it. Number 224, what's your name? The man asked. Chu Hen. That's right. The middle-aged man confirmed, and then drew a tick next to Chu Hen's name on the scroll. All right, go in. Chu Hen did not say anything else and stepped into the passageway. The dark passageway was about 30 meters long, and he could see a ball of light in front of him. He could vaguely hear the sounds of the crowd coming from up ahead. Chu Hen could not help but quicken his pace. Rumble! The moment Chu Hen walked out of the passageway, his eyes suddenly widened, and his contracted pupils reflected the bright and vast scene before him. All sorts of noisy noises and noises filled the sky and covered the earth. In front of Chu Hen was a wide arena. The arena was over 300 meters wide, and there was a circular arena in the center. The arena was 2 meters tall, and its diameter was about 100 meters. It was a third of the entire arena's width at this moment. There were about 50 to 60 people sitting in the arena. The moment Chu Hen walked in, many people cast cold and unfriendly gazes at him. There was no doubt that everyone in this arena was a competitor. There were rows of spectator seats set up around the arena. However, the spectator seats in this arena were not full. At a glance, there were still many empty seats. After all, there were no particularly famous genius students in this arena. For example, the arenas of Wei Qingfan, Shen Yunqi, and Yao Zhan were all especially lively. Even so, the atmosphere in the arena was still very excited. Senior brother Chu Hen is here. Chu Hen, over here, over here. Chu Hen, you can do it. In the southern spectator seats, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, and Lu Yu were already waiting. After all, they were direct disciples of teacher Xilan. They were paying close attention to Chu Hen's match. However, because the arena was too noisy, their shouts were drowned out before they could spread out. Chu Hen slowly walked toward the center of the arena. A fierce and cruel aura floated in the air. This arena was a place for fighting and killing. Humans fought with humans, demonic beasts fought with demonic beasts, and humans fought with demonic beasts. The officials and nobles of the capital would often come to such a place to watch the merciless killings. Over the past few decades, every inch of the arena had been stained with blood. That formless and cruel aura seemed to be able to affect the minds of everyone in the arena. Woo! the loud and clear sound of a horn once again set off an even greater commotion in the arena. The 62 contestants in the arena couldn't help but reveal serious expressions. Following that, a middle-aged man in his 40s, who was in charge of this area, took the lead to ascend to the center of the arena. He raised both his arms and loudly announced, "Everyone, this is the 31st area of the All Academy Tournament's Earth Roll Tournament's top 32. Next, who will be the king of this area? We will wait and see who will enter the top 32 of the Earth Roll." Boom! The atmosphere in the arena soared. Everyone in the spectator seats stood up one after another. An earth-shattering round of applause swept out. In this kind of environment, all 62 contestants were moved. Even Chu Hen could feel that the blood in his body was flowing faster. The middle-aged man on the stage waved his hand and continued. "Before the match begins, I will briefly explain the rules of the tournament. Only one of the 62 contestants can win. During the match, you can use any method to compete with your opponent, but you cannot use items like the Fallen Spirit Talisman. Violators will be disqualified. I need to say this. In the arena, swords have no eyes. Death and injury are up to fate." The middle-aged man took a few steps back and pointed to the arena beneath his feet. "The last person standing on this arena is one of the top 32 of this year's Earth Roll Tournament." Following that, he waved his hand and shouted, "I hereby announce that the top 32 of the Earth Roll Tournament will begin immediately." Chapter 186. I hereby announce that the battle for the top 32 of the Earth ranking will now begin. After the middle-aged man finished his impassioned speech, his figure moved and he quickly retreated from the arena. Immediately after, another loud and clear horn sound reverberated in the sky above the chaotic battle arena. Woo! This loud horn sound was like an order to launch an attack on the battlefield. It instantly ignited the flames of war in the arena. Boom! The dozens of contestants all released their powerful auras as they charged towards the dueling ring in the center of the arena at the same time. Kill! The champion of this arena is mine. Don't even think about competing with me. Humph! Dream on. Take a palm strike from me. Get the hell out of here. In an instant, a chaotic battle between more than 60 people broke out in an instant. Powerful, quintessential chi rose and fell like stormy waves. Colorful lights bloomed wantonly like fireworks, setting off a chaotic aftermath of chi waves in the entire arena. Chu Hen stood at the same spot and did not immediately rush toward the arena. Anyone who stood on the arena would definitely become the target of everyone. No matter how strong they would be instantly drowned by the attacks of so many people. At a glance, more than half of the contestants had reached the first stage of the core transformation realm. Some were at the half-step core transformation realm, and only a small number of people were at the 9th stage of the element opening realm. After all, in the first round of elimination, more than 60,000 people were distributed across 2,000 arenas among them. There was no lack of lucky contestants who encountered weaker opponents. In the end, they passed the first round with a cultivation of the 9th stage of the element opening realm and entered the second round. However, in the battle for the top 32, the contestants with a cultivation of the 9th stage of the element opening realm did not have any luck at all. However, what made them even more depressed was that the surrounding people took the initiative to attack the weaker contestants first. Everyone knew that persimmons were always picking on the weak ones. Let's start with the 9th stage of the element opening realm. You guys don't even have a cultivation of the core transformation realm. You guys are simply here to make up the numbers. Boom! All the contestants aimed their spears at the 9th level of the element opening realm. Various powerful shockwaves spread across the chaotic fighting field. Immediately, a few weaker contestants were blasted to the ground, unable to get up. The intense battle scene caused the spectators in the spectator seats to exclaim in satisfaction. In previous years, the All Academy Martial Meet had used one-on-one district arena battles. This was the first time they had seen such a chaotic battle. This brand new competition mode gave everyone a fresh feeling. Hee, there's still a small shrimp here. A dark-skinned young man wearing the Thunder Marshall House badge looked at Chu Hen with a taunting gaze. Chu Hen smiled indifferently and answered casually, "I'll stand here honestly, okay?" "Why are you standing there? Isn't it better to lie down?" "Buzz." Before he finished speaking, the man from the Thunder Marshall House charged toward Chu Hen with a surging aura. His half-step core, transformation, realm true energy wrapped around his arm like vines. Without saying a word, he threw a taekwondo punch toward Chu Hen's head. "Fall to the ground." "Ha, I'm afraid that this little bit of strength won't be enough to knock me down." Chu Hen was not flustered at all. He stood exactly where he was, and when the opponent's fist force was less than half a meter away from him, Chu Hen also quickly and violently punched out. The punch's aura was restrained and did not produce the slightest energy fluctuation. However, when the two fists collided, a resplendent golden light directly blossomed. The eyes of the man from the Thunder Marshall House widened, and the smile on his face immediately froze. The surging force flowed through Chu Hen's fist and into his opponent's body. Bang! A heavy explosion followed. The man's right elbow was immediately dislocated, and a section of his arm bone directly protruded out. It was a particularly ghastly sight. "Sorry, I'll have to ask you to lie down." "You!" The man's shrunken pupils reflected Chu Hen's naughty smile. Before the former could put up any defense, Chu Hen raised his leg and kicked his opponent's chest. Bang! The man was directly sent flying, leaving a trail of over 10 meters on the ground before he was able to stop. A large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and he fainted without a sound. "Ha! So it's a hidden master." At this moment, another man in blue, with the Spirit Rhino Marshall House badge on his shoulder, pointed his spear at Chu Hen. "What? You also want to lie down?" Chu Hen lightly smiled. "Humph. That depends on whether you have the ability to do so." This time, the opponent's cultivation had reached the first level of the core transformation stage. The aura that erupted from him was more than 10 times stronger than the one that was kicked by Chu Hen. Piercingly cold gales rose in all directions, setting off waves of thunderous sounds in the air. Rumble! The blue-clothed man's palm strike was terrifying. One could see that his opponent's palm was actually filled with densely packed lightning arcs. That ferocious power was like a thunderclap that suppressed Chu Hen. It was the lightning battle body with extremely strong offensive power. Chu Hen's eyes slightly narrowed. He did not dare to be too careless. "Ice seal, seal!" Chu Hen secretly shouted, and overbearing, mysterious ice-cold energy was directly released from his body. The airflow within a radius of a dozen meters became incomparably cold and suddenly dropped to freezing point. Chu Hen clasped his hands together and intersected his fingers. He directly pushed his palm forward, and endless mysterious ice-cold energy instantly transformed into a sharp ice sword. The ice sword was incomparably solid and emitted a powerful and sharp aura. Swoosh! In the next instant, the ice sword slashed horizontally, leaving behind a powerful wave of air in midair as it directly attacked the opponent. The blue-clothed man's expression slightly changed. Not to be outdone, he gathered an even more powerful lightning energy and collided with the ice sword. Bang! The moment the two powerful forces collided, the dazzling lightning, along with the densely packed ice crystal fragments, shattered and burst out. A circle of scattered air wantonly spread out. The bone-chilling ice Xian Qi filled the air, causing a significant impact on the blue-clothed man. Humph, insignificant tricks. The blue-clothed man clenched his teeth. He did not pay much attention to the mysterious ice-cold energy that filled the air and continued to attack Chu Hen. However, Chu Hen once again formed a hand seal. The mysterious ice-cold energy that filled the sky rapidly formed countless fine ice cones. The densely packed ice cones fell from the sky like rain and completely enveloped the blue-clothed man. "Be careful. My hail rain can stab someone to death." Chu Hen smiled faintly. At the same time, a violent and uneasy energy, fluctuation, swiftly condensed in his palm. The black true origin energy gathered in Chu Hen's palm like a whale sucking in water. The overbearing energy might even cause the space to faintly tremble. The blue-clothed man was shocked in his heart. He did not expect that Chu Hen would actually have such a swift reaction speed. "Humph, don't think too highly of yourself." As soon as he finished speaking, a dazzling lightning completely erupted from the blue-clothed man's body. The dense electric arcs swam all over his body, as if he was wearing a lightning armor. Lightning, annihilation! Bam! Several tens of lightning pillars flew out from the blue-clothed man's body like lightning snakes, and they completely shattered the ice cones that were flying towards him into powder. The lightning was unstoppable, and it gave rise to a dense destructive force as it attacked Chu Hen. "Lie down." "Huh." Chu Hen indifferently smiled. He did not have the slightest bit of fear in the face of the several tens of lightning pillars that were violently attacking him. A circle of golden-red illusory flame was released from his body, forming into circles of golden rings that enveloped his body. Following that, Chu Hen's figure moved, and he directly charged towards the numerous lightning pillars. Bang! Lightning flickered and sparks flew. The blue-clothed man's expression changed greatly. He saw that all his lightning pillars were actually repelled by the layer of golden-red illusory flame around Chu Hen's body. He could not even break through his opponent's defense. How is this possible? The blue-clothed man was extremely shocked and furious. His cultivation level was only at the first level of the core transformation stage, but he actually could not break through the defense of the 9th level of the element opening stage. Wu Xiao. Chapter 187. Chi. Under the blue-clothed man's astonished gaze, Chu Hen relied on the strength of his fleshly body to pass through the dozens of resplendent lightning pillars without the slightest injury. Chu Hen's might was unstoppable. In an instant he arrived in front of his opponent. A fierce and domineering palm force surged down, landing solidly on the blue-clothed man's chest. Bang! A strong wave of air rippled through the air. The dust on the ground rose into the air, and a thick layer of soil was shaved off. The surging force directly broke through his opponent's defense and rapidly surged into his body. In an instant, the blue-clothed man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out with a blood-curdling scream. All sorts of panic and fear filled his opponent's face. He looked in disbelief at the carefree and relaxed, smiling Chu Hen. How was this possible? How could a mere rank 9 element opening stage Wu Xiao's fleshly body be so strong? Waves of exclamations and cheers rose from the spectator stands. In the midst of the chaotic battle, the strong confronted each other, and one spectacular battle after another unfolded in the arena. Wow! Senior brother Chu Hen is amazing. Seeing Chu Hen defeat 2 people in a row, Li Hui could not help but stand up from his seat. Even He Qingyuan and Lu Yu were astonished. The former said in a deep voice, "That guy just now was Lingxi Martial House's Qinlei, right? That guy actually only managed to take 3 moves from Chu Hen. It's him." Lu Yu nodded, expressing her affirmation. Speaking of which, Lingxi Martial House's Qinlei could be considered a genius with a bit of fame. When the few people saw Qinlei take the initiative to look for trouble, they could not help but secretly break out in cold sweat for Chu Hen. But who would have thought that Chu Hen would defeat his opponent so easily? This result was really unexpected. The entire arena was filled with cheers. The spectators of the various martial houses were cheering for the participants of their respective academies. However, in the process of the participants being eliminated one by one, the situation on the arena was also constantly changing. Some of the participants with average strength actually began to form teams, using a joint attack method to deal with the participants with higher strength. You guys are too despicable. A man at the first level of the core transformation realm shouted angrily as he was besieged by the three of them. There's nothing despicable about it. This is a battle tactic. F***CK off. There's only one champion in this division. How are you going to split it among the three of you? You don't have to worry about that. Everyone joined forces to besiege those with stronger cultivations. Their goal was very simple. They wanted to get rid of the opponents who were the most disadvantageous to them first. In the end, the rest of the people were about the same level of cultivation. At that time, if they won the championship of this division, their chances of entering the top 32 of the Earth ranking would obviously increase significantly. Needless to say, this strategy was quite feasible as a whole. After defeating two opponents, Chu Hen had been wandering around the back of the battle circle. For now, as long as no one came to find trouble with him, he would not attack them for the time being. Under such circumstances, it was better to act as the Oriole. What's that? Chu Hen was startled as a familiar figure entered his sight. Little Yao. There was still a hint of surprise in Chu Hen's eyes. In the battle circle in front of him, a beautiful girl about 15 or 16 years old was being besieged by two young men. The girl was none other than Yi Yao. Yi Yao actually passed the first elimination round of the all-school martial competition. Moreover, she was placed in the same division as him. Based on the situation in front of him, it seemed to be the case. Subsequently, what surprised Chu Hen even more was that the two people besieging Yi Yao had reached the half-step core transformation realm. This also meant that Yi Yao's cultivation was stronger than theirs. How could this be? Chu Hen frowned slightly. Wasn't Yi Yao's cultivation realm improving a little too fast? It was so fast that it was slightly abnormal. Under normal circumstances, when Yi Yao's strength improved, Chu Hen would naturally be happy for her. However, the reality seemed to be different. Bang! Before Chu Hen had time to think, Yi Yao had completely fallen into a disadvantageous position under the siege of the two men. After one of them used the force of his palm to push her back, he had a sinister smile on his face as he said, little girl, don't try to be brave anymore. It would be bad if I accidentally hurt you." Yi Yao's small face was tense, and her willowy eyebrows were slightly knitted. Facing the two men's continuous fierce attacks, although she was panicked, she was not afraid. "If you have the ability, fight me one-on-one. What's the point of two people bullying me?" Who said two people bullying you? Little girl, I'm trying to help you." The other man had a wretched smile on his face. One of his hands turned into a claw, and he quickly blocked Yi Yao's waist. Yi Yao's pretty face changed slightly, and she quickly dodged to the right. However, the previous man's attack also followed. A fierce force swept out, and the man stretched out the index and middle fingers of his right hand. There was a spiritual light between his fingers, and he quickly pointed at Yi Yao's slightly perky chest. Little girl, you're too slow." "I'm sorry." A sinister cold light appeared in the man's eyes. Yi Yao was so flustered that she could not even dodge. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a piercingly cold aura swept towards them. Just a second before the sinister-looking man's finger touched Yi Yao's body, a sharp flowing light blade swept across the sky like a meteor. Hiss! Blood splattered, and the smile on the man's face immediately turned into endless shock and anger. Two of his fingers were directly cut off. Ah! The howl of a pig being slaughtered suddenly echoed in the chaotic battlefield. The stunned Yi Yao did not understand what had happened, and a familiar fierce figure suddenly blocked in front of her. Two grown men bullying a little girl, they really lived like dogs. Buzz! Hua! Chu Hen's power rose, and a surging black light poured out from his body. The powerful pressure was like a mountain pressing down. "Bastard, I'm going to kill you." The man who had two fingers cut off was shocked and angry at the same time. He glared at Chu Hen with scarlet eyes and attacked. Humph! Chu Hen hurriedly rushed forward, and with one hand clenched into a fist, he smashed it on the opponent's chest with lightning speed. A circle of scattered black light gently bloomed, and with a bang, the center of the man's chest directly caved in. The astonishing hidden force even shattered the clothes on his back. His sternum was shattered, and his 5 internal organs were ruptured. The man drew an arc in the air and fiercely fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Ah! At the same time, the other wretched man's eyes emitted a fierce glint, and like a wolf, he pounced on Chu Hen. Stinking brat, I want your lowly life. Idiot! Hua! Accompanied by a faint scornful and sarcastic remark, a rapid gust of wind rose in the air, and a long spear imprinted with black patterns appeared in Chu Hen's hand. Facing the menacing enemy, Chu Hen did not hesitate to send out the cold spear in his hand. Hiss! A spear's shadow streaked across the air, and the fierce spear light was unstoppable, directly piercing through the opponent's chest. The wretched man's pupils shrank to the size of a needle, and his face was full of fear. Then he powerlessly tilted his head back and fell to the ground, no longer moving. Many people in the spectator seats were attracted by the scene that just happened, and all of them were astonished. What a domineering aura! Which school is that guy from? You don't even know him? He is Chu Hen from Tensei Prefecture. What? He is that Chu Hen? It is indeed, as the rumors said. At such a young age, he is already extremely sharp and dashing. Looking at the man who had turned into 2 corpses in an instant, Yi Yao suddenly came to her senses, and she raised her eyes to look at Chu Hen with surprise. Big brother Chu Hen, why are you here too? Because more than 60 contestants entered this competition area at any time, and because the chaotic battleground was vast and chaotic, Yi Yao had not seen Chu Hen before this. And Chu Hen, who entered the arena last, naturally did not see Yao either. Chu Hen turned around to look at the other party, and there was a trace of solemnity between his brows. Chapter 188. I should be asking you that. Why are you here? After Chu Hen casually dealt with the 2 of them, he turned around and looked at Yi Yao. A trace of solemnity could be seen between his brows. Yi Yao's eyes were wide open, and her mouth was slightly pouting. She looked confused and adorable. I'm here to compete for the top 32 on the Earth list. Even if I didn't expect Big Brother Chu Hen to be here, you'll definitely be the champion of this division. He. Looking at her innocent smile, Chu Hen could not help but feel a little funny. That was not what he asked. He said, Little Yao, step back a little. Yi Yao was startled. She looked a little puzzled, but she still took 2 steps back. Demon pupil, sacred body. Chu Hen lightly shouted in his heart. Following that, a wave of peculiar energy fluctuation was released from his body. Even his eyes became somewhat warm, and an obscure bewitching purple light faintly surged in the depths of his pitch-black pupils. Buzz! In the next moment, Chu Hen's vision changed rapidly, and the world in front of him distorted and shook strangely. Then, the flow of the major meridians and true primordial qi in Yi Yao's body appeared directly in front of Chu Hen's eyes. He saw a huge but relatively scattered energy surging in her Dantian's sea of qi. There was a golden core floating above her Dantian's sea of qi. She actually broke through to the core transformation stage. Chu Hen was even more astonished. Wasn't this speed a little too frightening? Soon, Chu Hen found another problem. It was true that a golden core had formed in Yi Yao's Dantian, but the strength of the true primordial qi was too faint and weak. Its degree of density was even far from his. Seeing that Chu Hen's eyes were fixed on her lower abdomen, Yi Yao could not help but feel a little strange. In particular, there seemed to be some kind of strange light flashing in Chu Hen's eyes, which made Yi Yao a little uncomfortable. Big brother Chu Hen? Yi Yao called out softly. N. Chu Hen, who was almost done observing, withdrew his attention and asked, "Little Yao, have you broken through to the core transformation realm?" "Yes," Yi Yao answered honestly. "How can he be so fast? Is it fast?" "Big Sister has already reached the second level of the core transformation realm." "What?" Chu Hen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although his relationship with Yi Yu had already reached the freezing point, based on his previous understanding of her, it was impossible for her to reach this level so quickly. Yi Yu's talent was indeed excellent, but she couldn't have such speed. "Big brother Chu Hen, don't make wild guesses. In the past few months, Big Sister has taken a lot of expensive pills, and she has also shared some with me. I see." Chu Hen raised his brows. This was the crux of the matter. With the help of pills, one's cultivation could indeed increase explosively in a short period of time. However, blindly using pills would cause the foundation to be unstable, and the true origin energy would dissipate. "Those pills were given to you by Wei Qingfan?" Chu Hen asked in a deep voice. Big Sister said no. But after thinking about it, there can't be anyone else other than him. Yi Yao lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong, because Yi was not the only one who had taken those pills. She had also taken them. Moreover, the relationship between Chu Hen and Wei Qingfan was obvious, so Yi Yao did not dare to look at him. Chu Hen let out a light sigh and shook his head helplessly. "Little Yao, you can't rely on pills blindly anymore. That Wei Qingfan does not have good intentions. Big brother Chu Hen, if you broke through to the core transformation stage under normal circumstances, then those two people from before would surely not be a match for you. But the reality of the situation is that you're at most slightly stronger than one of them. The density of your true origin energy is even inferior to someone at the 8th or 9th level of the origin formation stage. Could it be that Yi Yu doesn't even understand the principle of biting off more than she can chew? Big Sister said that my foundation can be stabilized through recuperation. Humph, truly ignorant. At that time, she'll know exactly how wrong she is, Chu Hen sneered. He still had a few pills in his possession, and amongst them was a burst essence pill that he'd exchanged for with 15,000 star points. If he used the burst essence pill, Chu Hen would be able to break through to the core transformation stage. But he didn't do this because he didn't want to cause his foundation to become unstable from advancing his cultivation too quickly. There must be a buffer period during this period of time. Little Yao, I don't care what sort of mentality you have towards your big sister, but if you believe me, then don't consume the pills that Wei Qingfan gave the two of you in the future. I believe big brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao nodded firmly. I'll persuade big sister when I return. Chu Hen smiled and rubbed her head in a gentle manner like an older brother. Bang! However, during the short period of time that Chu Hen and Yi Yao conversed, the situation in the arena had already undergone an extremely great change. A few tens of people had gathered on the arena at the center. On the arena that had a diameter of over 100 meters, it was a scene of chaotic battles. Killing intents stacked upon one another, and various formidable martial skills launched frenziedly as they collided with each other, causing violent sand to suffuse the air and pounce towards the spectators in all directions. Ha 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 ha. This high platform is fucking mine. All of you small fries, F***CK off. Arrogant and sharp laughter entered into the ears of everyone present. A man that held a halberd in his hand was actually not in a disadvantageous position while being besieged by over 20 people. His powerful aura exuded a sense of madness, and the halberd in his hand was covered in fine green scales with a pattern that resembled a flood dragon carved onto it. Lu Shao, don't get too full of yourself. You can't beat so many of us by yourself. Lu Shao. Below the arena, Chu Hen was slightly taken aback. Was this the ruthless person that Long Qingyang had mentioned? He really did look crazy. Lu Shao sneered as he looked at the people around him in disdain. You're all just a bunch of good-for-nothings. Do you really think that I, Lu Shao, will take care of you? Shameless boasting. Let's attack together and get rid of him, first before we fight for first place. All right, kill. In an instant, everyone on the arena attacked Lu Shao from different directions. Their swords and blades were dazzling. A disdainful smile appeared on Lu Shao's face as he slashed the halberd in his hand through the air. A green shadow that looked like a crescent moon pierced through the sky. Bang! The three people who were at the front were directly stabbed by the sharp halberd and fell to the ground. Ha! I already said that you're a good-for-nothing. But you still refuse to admit it. Lu Shao stomped his foot so hard that the arena shook. He leaped into the air and charged at a man with a cultivation base of first stage, core, transformation realm, like a tiger. The man's weapon was a bronze hammer, which was also a powerful offensive weapon, wuxiu. The bronze hammer had the upper hand against the heavy halberd. However, that was not the case when the two weapons clashed. Boom! The heavy halberd, which was engulfed in a thick green light, collided with the bronze hammer. The heavy explosion was like a clap of thunder that hurt the audience's eardrums. The hammer-wielding man's body trembled, and his palms split open. Even the heavy hammer flew out of his hand. Hee, with such little strength, you can't even kill an ant. Lu Shao revealed a cold smile as he stepped forward. The heavy halberd whistled through the air like an aurora. Rings of vigorous green energy lingered around the halberd and formed a small whirlpool. The man's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, Lu Shao's attack was extremely fierce. With a sharp chi sound, the heavy halberd directly pierced through the man's chest. The blood-stained halberd came out of the man's back, and a huge bloody hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was a ghastly sight. Hiss! The audience in the arena sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the scene in front of them. Hatred, it was really ruthless. Even the people besieging Lu Shao felt a chill run down their spines, and a chill ran up their spines. Hee, did your legs turn to jelly? Lu Shao laughed crazily. Everyone's expression changed again and again. They clenched their teeth and released their most powerful aura. They planned to give Lu Shao a joint attack. However, Lu Shao's reaction speed was extremely fast. He did not plan to give them the chance to attack. Chi! Lu Shao pulled out the green scales, heavy halberd, and a majestic aura that was like a mountain soared into the sky. Waves of roars swept across the arena. Endless green light surged out from Lu Shao's body. At the same time, the green scales, heavy halberd in his hand released a resplendent light. Something shocking happened. The green scales on the heavy halberd actually twisted and moved faintly. An extremely violent energy was released from the heavy halberd. Furious sea green scale dragon. Lu Shao shouted, "Bang!" The tip of the cyan scale halberd landed heavily on the stage, causing dust to fly up and shattered rocks to fly everywhere. Dozens of deep cracks instantly spread on the surface of the stage. Roar! A deafening roar of a ferocious beast resounded through the arena. Along with the power of a wild gale, a dozen meters long green dragon shadow suddenly rushed out from Lu Shao's heavy halberd. The terrifying aura of a ferocious beast shocked everyone present. The cyan flood dragon phantom was like a ferocious beast summoned by Lu Shao. It swept its tail around Lu Shao's body and attacked the people around him. The shocking power caused the air to flow in all directions. Even the space faintly trembled. Under the countless shocked gazes of the audience, the contestants gathered around Lu Shao were all sent flying. They spat out blood and fell to the ground, unable to get up. Haha, refreshing. This is really King refreshing. Lu Shao stood proudly on the arena alone. He held the green scales, heavy halberd in his hand, and looked around at the audience. Who else dares to not obey me? Get the CK up. The expressions of everyone below the stage changed. Defeating so many opponents so easily was truly frightening. Chapter 189. Who else dares to not obey me? Get your ass up here. The ruthless Lu Shao of the Bright Moon Martial House had relied on his own strength to sweep through the entire arena. Under his powerful attacks, the majority of the people present had suffered considerable injuries. In particular, a few people had lost their lives to the cyan scale halberd. Lu Shao's momentum had suppressed the entire arena. In an instant, the audience below the arena burst into an uproar. Lu Shao will win. Lu Shao is the strongest, the champion of this division. The entire audience was seething with excitement. Lu Shao's valiant strength had truly conquered the hearts of the countless spectators, especially the people from the Bright Moon Martial House, who were cheering even louder. There's no suspense. The champion of this division will definitely be Lu Shao. In the audience, He Qingyuan shook his head with slight regret. It was undeniable that Chu Hen's combat strength had far exceeded everyone's expectations. However, there was almost no chance of victory against a powerful opponent like Lu Shao. Sigh. Senior brother Chu Hen's luck is a little bad. Li Hui also sighed. However, just at that moment, something unexpected happened. Chu Hen slowly took a step forward. Carrying the Demon Punisher spear on his back, he walked towards the battle stage in front of him. He's... Lu Yu frowned slightly. She unconsciously exchanged glances with everyone else and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. He really can't help but want to give it a try. He Qingyuan muttered. Big brother Chu Hen? Yi Yao softly called out with a worried expression on her pretty face. You're right here, Chu Hen calmly replied and walked towards the arena without looking back. With every step he took, the aura emitted from Chu Hen's body grew stronger. An unconcealable sharp aura was quietly released from his body. The surrounding crowd was unconsciously attracted by Chu Hen, and the noisy audience also calmed down a little. Ta-ta, under the different gazes of everyone present, Chu Hen ascended onto the martial arena. Hey! Lu Shao narrowed his eyes and sneered. He looked at the other party with disdain and said, 9th rank of the natal opening realm. Haha, are you tired of living or something? The crowd in the spectator stand sneered as well. Senior brother Lu Shao, this guy is called Chu Hen. I heard he's the younger brother of Long Qingyang and Long Xuanshuang. A gloating voice came from one side of the audience. Oh, hearing this, the smile on Lu Shao's face became even wider, his eyes revealing a teasing cold light. So it's that damned woman Long Xuanshuang's younger brother. Dead woman? Chu Hen frowned and replied coldly, Can you pay attention to your words? What? Do you have a problem with that? What was going on? In the audience, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, and the others were all confused. The latter asked, Aren't Lu Shao and Long Xuanshuang from the same academy? Do they have a grudge against each other? I've heard about it from others, Lu Yu answered. Lu Yu continued, I heard that Lu Shao chased after Long Xuanshuang for half a year and was rejected numerous times. Then Lu Shao felt that it was embarrassing, so his love turned into hatred and he took it to heart. Lu Shao even vented his anger on Long Qingyang a few times. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't know it was true. He's too narrow-minded. Is that necessary? He's even weirder than Mu Feng. Zhou Lu scolded in a low voice. There are all kinds of birds in a big forest. He Qingyuan replied, Although Lu Shao's personality is a little weird, I can't deny that he's strong. I'm afraid that Chu Hen won't be able to take advantage of him. The crowd's attention returned to the arena. You scolded Long Xuanshuang in front of me. Do you think I have a problem with that? Chu Hen replied calmly. Lu Shao didn't seem to care. Humph, Long Xuanshuang doesn't know what's good for her. How am I not good enough for her? Do you want me to tell the truth? Humph, speak. Honestly, you're not good enough for her at all. As soon as these words came out, everyone below the stage sighed. Chu Hen was clearly angering the other party. Even if he was speaking the truth, he shouldn't say it out loud. Boom! As expected, Lu Shao was instantly enraged. Without saying anything else, He raised the heavy green scales halberd in his hand and attacked Chu Hen. "Today, I will chop off your hands and feet." "Ha! Let's see if you have the ability to." Chu Hen wasn't afraid in the slightest. The demon slayer spear that was twined with an overbearing black glow moved forward to meet his opponent head-on. In an instant, Chu Hen transformed into a few tens of sharp spear images. The overlapping spear images dazzled the eyes, and it was difficult to distinguish which was real and which was fake. Every spear image contained a shocking and peerless might, and the waves of air trembled with an extremely rapid sound. "Humph! You have the nerve to use a move of this level?" Lu Shao mocked ceaselessly. The green scale halberd in his hand emitted a brilliant azure splendor. With a wave of the halberd, an azure light that was over 10 meters wide shot out. It was like a raging wave that completely shattered the few tens of black spear images that were assaulting him. Bang! Balls of scattered true essence exploded in midair, and a powerful wave of air swept up sand and dust that danced in the air. Buzz! Buzz! The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed, and an even more surging true essence quickly gathered on the long spear. However, Lu Shao's speed was clearly faster. He leaped up, and with both hands holding the end of the heavy halberd, he raised it high above his head and smashed it down on Chu Hen's head with the force of splitting a mountain. Because of your relationship with Long Xuanchuang, I'll take good care of you today." Rumble! The might of the green scale halberd was peerlessly powerful, and the powerful aura was like a mountain that pressed down on Chu Hen. The halberd's body swallowed and spat out a dense azure glow, causing people to feel even more frightened. Facing such a fierce attack from his opponent, Chu Hen didn't take it head-on. He dodged to the side, and the heavy halberd that was suffused with an azure glow fell from his left side and landed heavily on the stage. Boom! The rubble that flew randomly was like a startled swarm of moths, and the overbearing impact of the energy caused the entire stage to shake. A deep ravine quickly extended forward and directly extended to the edge of the arena. Hiss! Seeing the scene, everyone in the audience sucked in a breath of cold air. Many people felt chill run down their spines. Everyone thought that it was fortunate that Chu Hen dodged quickly, or else, when Lu Shao's halberd descended, it was likely that all the bones in his body would have been shattered. This was enough to show that Lu Shao didn't plan on letting Chu Hen off so easily today. He's really courting death. With just this bit of strength, he still dares to provoke senior brother Lu Shao. You don't say. Chu Hen does indeed have some ability. You didn't see it just now, but Qin Lei of the Spirit Rhino Martial House was easily defeated by Chu Hen. Can Qin Lei be compared to Lu Shao? That's true. Before the crowd's discussion ended, Chu Hen took advantage of the moment when Lu Shao's strength had just dissipated and quickly sent out the long spear in his hand. The tip of the spear, which was surrounded by a dense black glow, tore through the air and rapidly pierced towards his opponent's throat. "Humph!" Lu Shao sneered. With a flip of his left hand, green light flourished. Along with a low and deep roar of a ferocious beast, a malevolent dragon head appeared in Lu Shao's palm. Although it was only an illusion, the might of the ferocious beast was especially clear. Lu Shao directly used his left hand to receive the demon punishing spear. As he moved, the dragon head in his palm suddenly opened its mouth. At the instant when it came into contact with the spear, the dragon head closed and firmly bit the spearhead. Hum hum! The collision of power caused the space to faintly tremble slightly. Green and black light intertwined, causing ripples to form between the two. Ha! With just this bit of strength, how is it any different from a 3-year-old child? Aren't you just throwing your life away? The dragon head condensed in Lu Shao's palm caused Chu Hen's demon-punishing spear to be unable to budge. At the same time, his other hand slowly raised the heavy green scales halberd. From his point of view, the current Chu Hen was like a powerless child that could easily restrict his opponent's movements. It's too early to be happy. Be careful of dying too soon. Chapter 190. It's too early to be happy, or else you'll die too soon, just as Lu Xiao was feeling pleased with himself. Chu Hen suddenly let go of the demon Punisher spear. Then his figure flashed, and he charged in front of his opponent at an extremely fast speed. He ferociously threw a punch at his opponent's chest. Lu Xiao was slightly startled. He didn't expect Chu Hen to use such a move. Since the distance was too close, Lu Xiao could only sweep the heavy green scales halberd in his right hand and the demon Punisher spear in his left hand towards Chu Hen in the middle. This is called the legendary clamping stick penalty. Lu Xiao didn't put up any defense against Chu Hen's attack. From his point of view, a mere 9th stage element opening stage fellow's attack wouldn't hurt him at all. The heavy green scales halberd and demon Punisher spear fiercely swung towards Chu Hen from the left and right. With Lu Xiao's powerful strength, if Chu Hen was hit, he would at least be heavily injured. Everyone in the audience secretly shook their heads with solemn expressions. Below the arena, Yi Yao didn't even dare to take another look. She bit her lips and her big eyes were filled with worry. However, this time, Chu Hen clearly had the advantage in terms of speed. With a huge hong sound, his right fist was the first to hit his opponent's chest. A resplendent golden light, like the sun blossomed, and a terrifying impact was completely vented on his opponent's body. What? There wasn't a single person in the audience that did not have a change in expression. Following a forceful chi wave that rippled out from beneath the feet of the two, under numerous pairs of astonished gazes, Lu Xiao was blasted back by Chu Hen's attack. Lu Xiao's eyes widened and his body trembled. The blood in his body rapidly surged. As his opponent was pushed back, Chu Hen stretched out his right hand and tightly gripped the body of the demon Punisher spear with a ring of golden-red illusory flames. Then he flipped over and leaped up, heavily kicking Lu Xiao's throat between his collarbone. Boom! After suffering 2 heavy blows in a row, the true essence in Lu Xiao's body was immediately affected. The flood dragon's head condensed and his left hand exploded into a mass of scattered shockwaves. Chu Hen, who had snatched back the demon Punisher spear, did not say anything else. The black frost spear once again followed the momentum and drew out a series of dazzling spear lights in the air as it hurriedly pointed at his opponent's chest. "Get out of my way!" Lu Xiao was furious, his eyes almost spitting fire. With a wave of the cyan-scaled halberd, green light revolved around it like a slithering spirit snake, and the intense energy fluctuations caused the space around it to tremble. The powerful halberd collided head-on with the long spear covered in black light. The moment the two collided, the sharp impact was like 2 torrents crashing together. Boom! Intense repercussions swept out in all directions, causing sand and stones to fly around the arena. The dust and sand that filled the sky seemed to have encountered a strong gust of wind as they scattered to the surroundings. The other contestants below the stage were all shaken to the point of retreating. Many of the spectators couldn't help but stand up from their seats. Each and every one of them had an astonished expression on their faces. No one would have thought that Chu Hen actually had such strength. He was able to fight in such a shocking manner in front of the tyrannical Lu Xiao. Bang! A series of violent explosions once again rang out on the arena. Chu Hen and Lu Xiao both retreated one after the other. The strong recoil caused the entire arena to become a scene of desolation and ravines to appear all over it. Hiss! Everyone in the audience gasped. The scene in front of them caused countless people to be even more surprised. Lu Xiao's expression was extremely gloomy, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Especially the black footprint below his neck, he seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. On the other hand, Chu Hen's aura was calm, and the long spear on his back did not seem to be injured in the slightest. If the spectators didn't see it with their own eyes, they would absolutely not believe that a 9th-level origin opening stage could have the ability to injure a 2nd-level core transformation stage expert. However, it happened right in front of their eyes, so they had no choice but to believe it. You think you're worthy of Long Xuan Shuang with this level of strength? Chu Hen sneered disdainfully. You're courting death. Lu Shao's face was ashen, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Subsequently, a thick and violent aura spread out from his body. I was careless just now, stinking brat. Next, I'll take your lowly life. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, an endless green light soared into the sky, and the airflow on the entire arena became extremely chaotic. At this moment, Lu Shao gave off the feeling that he was a ferocious, demonic beast, and his entire body gave off a palpitating feeling. Senior brother Lu Shao is going to use his ultimate move. That guy is definitely done for. It's not fun to anger senior brother Lu Shao. Feeling Lu Shao's aura continuously rising, Li Hui, Zhou Lu, He Qingyuan, and the others could not help but reveal serious expressions. This aura was too different from a 9th level origin opening stage cultivator. Would Chu Hen be able to block this move? None of them had any confidence. Big brother Chu Hen. Yi Yao's small hands were tightly clasped together as she softly murmured, her eyes filled with worry. Buzz. In an instant, Lu Shao's aura rose to an astonishing level. Roar! A loud and clear roar of a ferocious beast shook the entire arena. The surging green light quickly gathered together and then transformed into a tens of meters long green scaled dragon. The green scaled dragon coiled around Lu Shao like a giant python, and its endless violent aura caused people to tremble in fear. Seeing the scene, no one thought that Chu Hen still had a chance of winning. Lu Shao's face was filled with a sinister smile. He die. Raging sea green scaled dragon, kill! Roar! The huge green scaled dragon's aura was like that of a mad dragon coming out of the sea. It flew down from above and directly pounced towards Chu Hen. The terrifying momentum was like a mountain pressing down on him. Buzz! However, at the moment Lu Shao launched his attack, an equally astonishing and domineering true origin energy rose up like a flame. Waves of powerful air trembled and caused chaos in all directions. Strong winds wreaked havoc and wild waves piled up. Roar! Immediately after, a terrifying dragon roar echoed. A domineering black dragon shadow directly soared into the sky from behind Chu Hen. This kind of raging might was not any weaker than Lu Shao's, who was at the 2nd level of the core transformation realm. 9 soul dragon seal, destroy, roar! The black dragon shadow shook all directions. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws. With a furious roar, it directly flew towards the green scaled dragon in front of it. In an instant, the heaven and earth couldn't help but dim a little. The moment the two collided, an incomparably chaotic tide was set off in the chaotic arena. The black dragon and the green scaled dragon were like two ferocious beasts that had unexpectedly met. Black and green lights violently and crazily clashed, causing sparks to fly in all directions. Bang! With a deafening bang, the black dragon shadow and the green scaled dragon shadow directly exploded in the center of the arena. A mushroom cloud of alternating green and black energy soared into the sky and spread in all directions. Rings of vast and mighty power seemed to want to split the entire arena into 2 halves. Everyone in the arena widened their eyes and stood up from their seats, especially He Qingyuan, Lu Yu, Zhou Lu, Li Hui, and the others. Only at this moment did they truly understand why teacher Shilan would favor Chu Hen a little. Who wouldn't like such a genius? However, when he saw that Chu Hen had blocked his all-out attack, Lu Shao's expression became even more unsightly. He clenched his teeth and sternly reprimanded. Don't be too complacent. I will definitely kill you with this move. As soon as his voice fell, Lu Shao directly threw the green-scaled heavy halberd in his hand. Swish! As it moved, the green-scaled heavy halberd twisted strangely, and the green scales on it emitted a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, under everyone's shocked gazes, the green-scaled heavy halberd emitted a bright green light, and then it transformed into a seemingly real green scaled dragon. This is a spiritual weapon? It can't be wrong. It's impossible for an ordinary weapon to transform into an alien form. At the same time that everyone in the arena was shocked, all of them revealed envious expressions. However, most of them were still worried about Chu Hen's impending fate. After he executed such a powerful attack earlier, he probably didn't have much true origin energy left in his body. How could he possibly block Lu Shao's sure-kill attack? Under Lu Shao's control, the heavy halberd that had transformed into a green scale dragon pierced through the heavy waves of energy without any obstruction, and it slashed at Chu Hen with boundless destructive killing intent. Swoosh! However, in that moment of imminent peril, a fiery red glyph suddenly appeared in front of Chu Hen. The glyph was sparkling and resplendent, as if it was made of glass. An extremely restless and powerful force surged from the rune. That's a rune? It's the fire rune of Holy Bell City. So this guy obtained the fire rune of Holy Bell City last time. Many of the people present had gone to the Holy Bell City tribe together last time, so they had some understanding of the rune. At that time, no one knew what kind of power Chu Hen had obtained from the illusionary spirit bell. However, it seemed that he had obtained the fire rune. The eyes of the people from Tensei Prefecture lit up. From what they knew, Chu Hen not only had the fire rune, but he also had the frost rune. As for the actual situation, only Chu Hen knew. Boom! As soon as the fire rune appeared, a scorching wave of air spread out in all directions. In an instant, the area where Chu Hen was suddenly set off in flames that soared into the sky. The surging flames were like volcanic magma erupting. Then, amidst the raging mighty power, a giant flaming hand reached out from the curtain of fire and grabbed the green-scaled halberd firmly in its hand. It was a shocking scene, as if the god of fire had seized the green-scaled flood dragon. Boom! The shockingly terrifying power collided, once again setting off a shocking upheaval in the audience. Chapter 191. Boom! The green-scale halberd transformed into a green-scale flood dragon with an unstoppable momentum. Like an arrow released from a bow, it pierced through the chaotic energy field in front of it. The giant flaming hand summoned by the raging fire curse was even more domineering. It was as if the god of fire had extended his hand out of thin air and grabbed the green-scale flood dragon firmly in his palm. An even more violent shockwave once again shook the entire arena. Countless pairs of eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. The arena, which had a diameter of 100 meters, was forcibly split open from the middle. A pitch-black and deep ravine ran across both sides of the high platform, directly splitting the arena in half. What? F***CK. Is this strength really only at the level of a level 2 essence transformation realm? Should you say that Chu Hen's strength is really at the element opening realm level 9? No one in the entire division, number 31, could sit still. Even the person in charge of this division frowned as he stood below the stage. Those two fellows actually tore down the arena. The arena in front of Lu Shao was engulfed in flames. The green-scale flood dragon had already been submerged in the raging flames, and Chu Hen had already disappeared without a trace. Damn stinking brat. Lu Shao clenched his fists tightly. His eyes were filled with murderous intent as he shouted in a deep voice, "Humph! It's impossible for you to block this move of mine! Swish!" At this moment, within the raging flames, an arrow that was 5 meters long and as thick as the mouth of a bowl suddenly flew out. This was an arrow that was condensed from the power of fire. Its speed was fast and its attack was strong. It was like a fiery meteor that flew across the galaxy. Wherever it passed, the space would tremble uneasily. Humph! Lu Shai's eyes narrowed as he fearlessly raised a surging green palm energy toward the flame arrow. You want to harm me with such a small trick? Bang! The powerful palm energy whistled like a green torrent, and the flame arrow that was flying toward it exploded into a sky full of fireballs of various sizes. However, the moment the flame arrow exploded, an even sharper and colder aura instantly invaded the hearts of everyone present. What? Lu Shao's pupils suddenly shrunk to the size of a needle. His face turned deathly pale. He saw that inside the blazing arrow, there was a cold spear surrounded by a black light. Everyone's complexion changed again. Chu Hen had actually hidden his spear in the flames. This sudden change caught Lu Shao off guard. Boom! The tip of the demon destroyer's spear smashed against Lu Shao's chest. The true yuan that covered Lu Shao's body was instantly scattered, and the clothes on his chest were instantly torn to shreds. Scarlet blood spurted out from the torn flesh. The powerful spear radiance caused his opponent's chest to be badly mutilated. Ah! Together with Lu Shao's miserable cry, he was sent flying out of the arena and crashed heavily off the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust. The demon Punisher's spear descended, and the sharp spear tip sank into the crevice. Boom! In the next moment, the flames on Chu Hen's side of the arena rapidly subsided, and the slender young figure once again appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's eyelids twitched. They saw that Chu Hen's body was straight, and there were no obvious injuries. In his right hand, he tightly gripped the cyan scale halberd. Wow, he's actually fine? In an instant, the entire arena was in an uproar. Everyone present was shocked. This guy. He Qingyuan clenched his fists tightly, and his brows were filled with complicated emotions. He was happy that Chu Hen was safe and sound, but more than that, he felt an indescribable disappointment. Thinking back to the day when Chu Hen had first entered Tensei Prefecture, Chu Hen, as a new student, had no advantage over He Qingyuan at all. But in less than a year, the difference was like heaven and earth. His opponent's growth was simply amazing. Too amazing, senior brother Chu Hen. Li Hui was almost scared out of his wits. Even though Chu Hen's image had always been rather high and mighty in front of him, he had never imagined that Chu Hen would be able to defeat Lu Shao of the Bright Moon Academy. Zhou Lu, Lu Yu, and the others were also shocked, speechless. Yi Yao, who was closest to Chu Hen, stood below the arena. There was a faint ripple in her large, lively eyes. She had always admired Chu Hen back in Flaming Rain City. Yi Yao really could not understand why her sister, Yi Yu, would give up on Chu Hen. In Yi Yao's heart, Wei Qingfan had nothing that could compare to Chu Hen except for his family background. Big brother Chu Hen, you can do it. One day, your cultivation will surpass Wei Qingfan. When that time comes, I will definitely change my mind. The naive and innocent Yi Yao still thought that Chu Hen and Yi Yu would reconcile one day. However, in reality, even if that day came, Chu Hen would probably not even look at Yi Yu. Ta! Chu Hen walked forward with steady steps. Everyone's heart couldn't help but tighten. He held the heavy green scales halberd in one hand and his demon Punisher spear in the other. He then walked to the edge of the arena and looked down at Lu Shao. Ha! Ruthless Lu Shao is only SOSO. His indifferent tone was filled with frivolity and disdain. The look in Chu Hen's eyes was exactly the same as the way Lu Shao had looked at Chu Hen in the beginning. Do you think you are worthy of long Xuanchuang with this kind of standard? You, shut up! Lu Shao lay on the ground with one hand covering his bleeding chest. He glared angrily at Chu Hen, his eyes almost spitting fire. Let me ask you, what right do you have to say such words to me now? Since you insulted Long Xuanchuang previously, I will accept this heavy halberd. Don't even think about it. Lu Shao was burning with anger. He pointed at Chu Hen and shouted, "Return the heavy green scales halberd to me." At the same time, the audience in the arena was in an uproar. This was the first time someone had openly snatched someone else's weapon in an open competition. Anyone with a bit of insight could tell that the heavy green scales halberd was a spiritual weapon. The way Chu Hen snatched his opponent's weapon caused many people to have an opinion. F***TK, who is that from Tensei Prefecture? Don't you have any shame? Don't you want to be a robber? A Bright Moon Academy audience member scolded angrily. Hurry up and return the heavy green scales halberd to Lu Shao. Humph, this is the competition venue. It's fine if you win the competition, but this heavy green scales halberd has an owner. If you still want to lay your hands on it, it's simply outrageous. Could it be that Tensei Prefecture is full of shameless people? Many people who supported Lu Shao earlier started scolding, strongly criticizing Chu Hen's actions. Seeing so many people speaking up for him, Lu Shao's face revealed a cold smile. Humph, I'm the owner of the heavy green scales halberd. Return it to me. However, just as the audience was scolding and Lu Shao's voice fell, 2 rays of sharp light suddenly shot out from Chu Hen's eyes. He then waved his hand, and the Demon Punisher spear in his hand flew towards Lu Shao with a cold, killing intent. The sharp spear light dragged a series of afterimages in the air. Lu Shao's pupils violently shrank. In the next moment, a cold and sharp piercing pain spread from his neck to his entire body. Hiss! Warm blood splattered and danced in the air. The Demon Punisher spear directly pierced through the opponent's throat, coming out from the back of his neck like a sharp arrow, and went straight into the ground. Fresh blood flowed down the wound. At this moment, the entire arena fell into an incomparably deathly silence. Everyone present had their eyes wide open. Their faces were pale, and a chill ran down their spines. Lu Shao's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. His lips slightly moved, but he couldn't even say a single word. Following that, his pupils quickly became slack, and with a dense unwillingness and resentment, he stopped moving. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a cold smile. He looked at the people who had just scolded him the most fiercely and raised the heavy green scales halberd in his hand.